in Iraq to launch these strikes. If we only hit back at the proxies in a limited way, Iran, that's a good deal for Iran. They'll trade their proxy militia lives for American and Israeli lives all day long.
I've heard some of your colleagues say that we shouldn't even have our forces in Iraq and Syria anymore, that they're just targets. They may not serve much of a purpose. What do you think of that?
I think that's incredibly short-sighted. It sounds good. Well, let's just remove the target. But the problem is, and I would tell my colleagues, and I do, our forces are there to keep a lid on ISIS. And if they want to repeat what Obama did in 2011, when he just yanked everybody out with no plan to keep a lid on terrorism, what did we have? We had ISIS surging across the Middle East, inspiring attacks in the United States, launching attacks in Europe. So they are very limited forces. They're intelligence and special operations operatives and drone operators. So every time that we cheer, we've taken down another leader of ISIS, and we've kept a lid on that problem. You can't launch those operations from Kansas. You have to have people forward, and I want to have those fights over there, not back here at home.
Congressman Michael Waltz, Republican from Florida, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks so much.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible. So Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision, a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
If not me, then who? This ethos is driving the Travis Manion Foundation to empower veterans and families of fallen heroes to develop character in future generations. In 2007, Marine First Lieutenant Travis Manion was killed in Iraq while saving his wounded teammates. Travis's legacy lives on in the 5 words he spoke before leaving for his final deployment. If not me, then who? Guided by this mantra, veterans are continuing their service, developing strong relationships within their own community, and thriving in their post-military lives. Visit travismanion.org.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Wednesday, January 3rd, 2024. I'm Ted Linder, and this is the Fox News Rundown. After threats to withdraw funding, plagiarism accusations, and a complicated congressional hearing on anti-Semitism, the president of Harvard has followed the lead of the president of the University of Pennsylvania and has resigned. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal with more.
Claudine Gay's resignation letter came after new accusations of plagiarism were leveled against her. Gay had defended herself from the prior accusations, and so had Harvard. But they surfaced after New York Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik asked Gay during a congressional hearing if calling for genocide against Jews constituted bullying or harassment. Gay said it depended on the context. Tuesday, Stefanik told Fox's America Reports,
the fact that the Harvard Corporation, we now know, knew about that before the congressional hearing and tried to cover it up and threaten media outlets to sue them is a disgrace.
Gay called it distressing to have doubt cast on her commitment to confronting hate and upholding scholarly rigor, and frightening to receive threats fueled by racial animus. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
President Biden facing an uphill battle as he aims for re-election amid low approval ratings. Fox's Kevin Cork with more.
As he gets back to work in 2024, the oldest president in American history is saddled with the lowest approval numbers of any president running for a second term since the end of World War II, with 58%, nearly 6 in 10 Americans disapproving of his job performance, according to the latest USA Today Suffolk University survey.
Former President Trump leading President Biden in a potential rematch by over 2 points, according to Real Clear Politics poll averages. I'm Ted Linder. This is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Rich Cioli.
I've had some shocking revelations today, but nothing as shocking as this. Doug Burgum has suspended his campaign for president of the United States. I know. You're just as shocked as I am. Who saw this coming? Not me. With my astute, God-given gift to be able to predict politics, even I didn't see this one coming. You're going through your day-to-day, you're like, come on, Rich, make me smile. And then I come on the air and I say to you, Doug Burgum just dropped out of the race for president. And you're like, come on, this Monday can't get any worse, can it?
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and experiences connect through conversation, and it feels good.
This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together. Start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
Rundown now. The latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
22 states raised their minimum wage in the new year. Among them, Washington, with the nation's highest minimum, is boosting its rate to $16.28 an hour, up from $15.74 in 2023. For 20 states, which follow the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, there's no change and has not been since 2009. The subscription metrics company Antenna says Americans are cutting back on streaming services and getting more tactical with their choices. Customer defections for service like Netflix, Apple TV Plus, Disney Plus, and more rose to 6.3% in November compared to 5.1% a year ago. And Wall Street kicks off 2024 trading by giving back some of its big gains from last year. The S&P 500 fell 0.5%. I'm Carmen Roberts. That's your Fox Business Report. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Customs and Border Protection officials say there were more than 302,000 migrant apprehensions at the southwest border in the month of December alone, a record for a single month-long period. 785,000 migrants have come since October 1st. Former acting Homeland Security Secretary Chad Wolf reacted to the numbers on Fox's America Reports Tuesday.
It's astronomically high. You can't break the system any more than they're breaking it. And I feel for, again, the Border Patrol agents who have now been 3 years into this crisis, and they don't see any end in sight. In fact, they see the opposite. They see it going the opposite direction.
On top of that, Immigration Customs Enforcement, which handles the interior, just released their year-end statistics. They deported more than 142,000 migrants, an increase over the prior year, but far fewer than during the Trump years. Also, ICE deported 139 known or suspected terrorists, a far higher number than in any recent year, after the Border Patrol apprehended 169 people between ports of entry whose names matched those in the terrorist database in the fiscal year that ended September 30th. Now, since October 1st, CBP says they've encountered another 30 terror suspects.
I don't know, does Iran have sleeper cells in America? You've got
Do you think they do?
Raid.
Wisconsin Republican Senator Ron Johnson told Fox's Harris Faulkner.
It's entirely possible. I mean, we have 6 million people entering this country since the Biden administration started, almost 2 million as I would call them unknown gotaways. They're detected. We know they're into this country. We have no idea who these people are.
And with a record-breaking month for apprehensions, agents say they don't know what to expect next.
Every year under President Biden, things have just progressively gotten worse. We've continued to hit new records.
John Infanson is a Border Patrol agent and vice president of the National Border Patrol Council.
And none of them are, I suppose, good records to hit. You know, we had in December, it's out that there were over 300,000 encounters. And it's a wild number. Like, it's hard. It could be hard for the average person to picture that. And in Del Rio sector, about the middle of December, we had the largest single day number for a sector, which was, I think, just under 4,400 people just here in one day, which is like unheard of considering you go back maybe 5 years, 6 years, and we would see under 1,000 in a week. So for us to be seeing 4,400 is crazy.
We see our reporter Bill Lejeune at the border talking to, really, it seems like men coming from all over the world. And they tell him, the city they're going to, even if they don't speak English very well. And Lejeune tells us, that most of them will tell them that they're looking for, like, family members or they want to work. Are these people claiming asylum? Like, how are they being released into the country?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they're claiming asylum because there isn't really a process in place to vet anything right here at the border. So you go back maybe, I think it was around 2012 or so, we used to be able to ask some questions. Kind of when someone would claim that they had a credible fear of returning home to their country, we could ask some questions to figure out, like, does this fear qualify as someone who's truly being persecuted by their government? And during the Obama administration, we were eventually told to stop asking those questions. Once someone has said yes, they have a credible fear of returning home, that's it. Move on to the next part and process them accordingly as somebody seeking asylum. So that's carried on over the years. And at this point, if someone's showing up where they are, underneath the bridge or over in Arizona in the desert, they're claiming asylum, and everyone's just being processed as such, and there's no real vetting.
Wow.
of their fear.
What do you, I mean, you guys must talk about it, right? About what you think could be done. We know the Biden administration, right? They say this is on Congress. You guys need to work together, pass immigration reform. And, oh, by the way, the president has proposed something. And then Republicans say, well, or you could work with us because we passed our own bill last year. So we see the back and forth. But we all know a president can take some executive action to deal with the border. We saw President Trump do it. What do you guys, I guess, think this president could do with the stroke of a pen that hasn't been done, even if it's undone by a future president?
Well, I mean, he certainly took executive action to shut down everything that President Trump had set up. So, you know, it really comes down to having consequences, because right now there are no consequences. If you're crossing the border seeking asylum, people are getting court dates in 2031 in some articles, and those aren't consequences. Those folks will be here for a long time. They're gonna get married. They're gonna have kids. They're gonna gain assets. They're gonna buy homes. Like, they're gonna establish a life here, and the only way that you get this to stop or slow down dramatically is dissuade people from crossing the border the way they have been. And we're never going to be able to physically stop them, because once they've crossed the border, they're in. We got to take them to custody. But if they knew that they were going to be detained and kept in our custody until their claim is evaluated and ultimately adjudicated, some people are going to stop, because they don't want to sit in immigration detention for a long period of time, because right now they get to leave and hit the streets. The problem is we only have so much bed space in the immigration facilities, and that would fill up in a matter of a few days, and then we're right back to where we are now. You're cutting people to the street. So the White House could do some stuff. They just don't have any policies in place that President Trump had at the time.
Yeah, to that point, you know, when Secretary Blinken and Secretary Mayorkas traveled to Mexico last week, I guess that they came out of that with, like, part of the discussion was this idea of regularizing, I think was the word, illegal immigrants who've been living in the U.S. for years, including those protected by DACA, which was Obama's policy in 2012, protecting those who were brought here as children who are undocumented. Regularizing migrants who've been living here illegally. When you hear that that's the thing, that's one of the things that came out of this meeting, what is your response?
I mean, it doesn't surprise me at this point. Mexico has absolutely zero incentive to stopping people from doing what they're doing, transiting through their country to come here. It's a huge part of their economy at this point. People just traveling to the country, spending money. There's the cartels are involved in it. I mean, there's a lot of money flowing into Mexico from all of these millions of people coming through the country. So these discussions shouldn't be focusing on, hey, what are we going to do about the folks that have already made it here or were brought here when they were kids? That's a whole other conversation. Right. It needs to be about, like, Mexico doing something or figuring out how do we incentivize Mexico to stop what they're doing. And it doesn't sound like that was actually part of the discussion.
Yeah, well, speaking of that, you know, many like to talk about the whole Remain in Mexico program as a solution, because when Trump did it, it kept so many south of the border. There were a lot of complaints. A lot of people said it was unfair, but these people stayed south of the border while their asylum cases played out. You would need cooperation from Mexico for such a program. Even if this president went down that road, would it be even possible, to your knowledge of I guess, how relations are with Mexico right now, would they even be on board for that at this point?
I don't know how they would be. I mean, in my opinion, Mexico has sort of the power in this particular power struggle, because they can turn off the flow of people going through their country if they wanted to. They don't. They leave it on. And Mexico cooperated President Trump, I think, because they were too afraid of what he was going to do if they didn't. And he kept them on their toes, so to speak. Right, yeah, that's the word consequences.
The word.
Right? Yes, word of the day that here, at this point, they mean nothing. And if there were actual consequences for that, you might see Mexico do something to help. But now it's just, they'll say, okay, we'll stop people from riding the trains because the trains allow them to move faster through the country. So they do that for a couple of days, and then you see video of people riding the trains again 3 days later. And it's just, there's no ability in Mexico to, to make a deal that everybody would stick with, because there's too many people involved in earning money or making money off of the trade of people through their country.
Just a couple more for you. You know, Senator Tim Scott said it on a debate stage, you know, this concept that maybe terrorist cells are already here. And Tuesday, Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin said it again. That's obviously terrifying, especially because our FBI director did warn us that we are in an extremely heightened threat environment, unlike anything in years, given what's happening in the Middle East. We've seen the increasing number of terrorists, people caught between ports of entry whose names match those names on the terrorist database. I don't know what to make of that. How nervous should we be given everything I just said?
It's very concerning. You know, when all of our agents are stuck indoors processing, obviously they're not out patrolling. And, you know, we have gotaways that we refer to as like known gotaways, either because we saw it on camera or we found their footprints or whatever. And then there's always this other unknown number of people who get away that we didn't even know were there. And in past years, those sort of both gotaways in both categories are the ones that we worried about, but you don't even need to successfully sneak into the country anymore. You just need to show up at the border and you'll get processed and released. And we don't, you know, we'll run whatever records checks we can. We'll fingerprint everybody. But for the most part, that's only going to help if you have a record here in the United States already. If you've never been here before, we don't know who you are, and we're just trusting that the documents you have are real. So it's very concerning to all of us, and every day agents are just upset that we're not doing the job that we were trained to do.
Okay, finally then, on that note, you know, given what you all see every day and what your agents see every day, do you all have some discussion or speculation even about why this is happening? I mean, this isn't just, right, people from Mexico and Central America. Now we know, right, it's people from all over the world. Are y'all having, like, these talks about, like, why has this been allowed?
I think it's always political, right? Every time, depending on who's in the White House, it changes our job. If it's a Democrat in the White House, the job's harder to do because there's a lot of political forces to let as many people in as possible. If it's a Republican, generally easier to do the job because they support it.
But wait, did you guys feel that way during Obama? Because he was called, right, the deporter in chief, right? ICE was very busy with deportations, 3 million, right?
Sure. I mean, they were busy, but it's they had a bunch of people who were deserving of deportations, and they were at least allowed to do that. It was, for us, it was to a different degree. We had our own issues. Like I said, they stopped us from asking further questions about people who were claiming asylum. And there were a lot of other policy changes just to make their job a little more difficult. But now it's to the point where President Biden, during his first campaign, was saying that this is what he was going to do. He said he's going to shut down wall construction. He's going to undo Trump policies. Like, he said this is what would happen. So that message went out. People crossed. More people cross, and then they tell their friends and family back home that it works. So now everybody's, I think, it seems, just trying to get across while they figure this is the time to do it. So while plenty of folks are coming across are perfectly fine people, probably make good neighbors, right? But we don't know. It's a lot of the other ones we don't know that are the biggest concern, because we do catch a lot of really bad people. So you figure there's certainly more that we don't catch.
John Amundsen with the National Border Patrol Council, thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
We all make resolutions this time of year, and let's face it, most of them won't stick. But here's one that's not only easy to keep, but will help you feel healthier all year long. Navage. Navage provides quick, drug-free nasal relief by washing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. This time of year, when everyone is sick, Navage helps by sucking out germs, bacteria, and viruses trapped in our noses that cause us to feel miserable. And come allergy season, it does the same with dust, pollen, and other allergens. And unlike medications that can take time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage helps treat congestion symptoms in seconds flat, without drugs. This New Year's, resolve to use drug-free Navage to help you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage. Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? A man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for as little as $110 per month. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, there are great rates available for you as well. Call Term Busters for a quote. 1-800-908-7636. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-908-7636. Remember, call Term Busters. 1-800-908-7636. Sample rate for preferred non-tobacco rate class. Exam required to qualify.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, over 3 million people called Morgan & Morgan in their time of need. And with over 1 million of those calls coming from previous clients, friends, and family.
My name is Rita Fowler. I was in the car actually relaxing. I was talking to my sister, and all of a sudden, boom, the car hit us. I wound up actually having a stroke. And that's when I decided to call Morgan & Morgan. The whole operation, everything they did from day one, it was self-explanatory. It was text messages, it was emails. It was a no-brainer. When you think that hiring a lawyer is hard, you haven't called Morgan & Morgan.
Thank you for trusting us. We've become the largest injury firm in the world because we've won a lot. The word is out. Size matters. Reputation matters. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. With over 900 dedicated attorneys and climbing, we're ready wherever you are, whatever you need. The choice is easy. We're just a phone call away. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
Fox News, I'm Carmen Roberts. Republican Congresswoman Elise Stefanik is taking credit for the resignation of Harvard University President Claudine Gay, citing her questions to Gay during a hearing on anti-Semitism on campuses. She tells Fox News,
"This is long overdue. It should not have taken the Harvard Corporation Board this long to demand her resignation."
Fox's Molly Line on why Gay and the others drew so much criticism.
In December, she and other university leaders, when testifying before Congress, failed to say clearly that calling for the genocide of Jews violated university policies.
University of Pennsylvania President Liz McGill resigned last month. U.S. Central Command confirms Houthi rebels fired 2 anti-ship ballistic missiles into the Red Sea overnight. This after a suspected Israeli drone strike in Beirut killed a senior Hamas leader, putting Israel on high alert today for retaliation. America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Carolina Panthers owner David Tepper has been fined $300,000 for throwing a drink in the direction of Jaguars fans during Sunday's game between the teams in Jacksonville. The Panthers lost 26-0, dropping Carolina's league worst record to 2-14. Tepper bought the team in 2018, and the Panthers have mostly struggled since, 3 coaches being fired in season during that time, including Frank Reich, after a 1-10 start this year. Meanwhile, Bull star Zach LaVine expected back soon from a foot injury. Chicago coach Billy Donovan saying LaVine could play as soon as this Friday against the Hornets. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
Now,
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
It's the defense for Washington that comes up big and sends the Huskies to the title. No matter who wins the title, we're looking at a championship for a team for the first time in 18 years. And that was counting Texas, because when Bama fell, we're going to see something fresh in college football. And we're going to see something fresh in college football next year with all of the conference realignment. So many different storylines played out, and Washington moves on again. They come through. They're just like TCU, but offensively, if they are USC and they're not Washington, I think we're looking at this offense way differently, just from the perspective of where we would put them and just the efficient category. But Michael Penix Jr. was exceptional. I mean, so throwing the darts into coverage, he looked great. And if he shows up in that same manner against Michigan, Washington could be your national champion.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
I'm always striving to live my healthiest life, so I need a health plan that has my back. With Independence Blue Cross, I get access to the largest network of doctors and hospitals in the region and free virtual doctor visits 24/7. Plus, with premiums as low as $0 per month, I can stay on top of my health and keep my budget in check. Independence has given me coverage I can count on, and they'll do the same for you. Learn more about your coverage options at IBX.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Dr. Mark Siegel.
What's on your mind?
If there is one thing we learned from the pandemic, or should have learned, it's that control of viruses is only one part of public health. If I tell you that we are in the midst of a bad respiratory virus season right now and advise you take precautions, I must also tell you that isolation and excess reliance on social media has been shown to spread anxiety, fear, and loathing. Indeed, loneliness is another kind of contagious pathogen that we must not forget about. No cell phones at the table, please. Now, that's a great New Year's resolution. Social media has been linked to the rise in anxiety and depression among our young. Now is the time to exhibit kindness and understanding, not divisiveness or strife born of political differences. How's that for a New Year's resolution? Kindness and understanding. Exchange hugs, virtual or real, around the holiday table, and the oxytocin, happy hormone you release, will lead to a decrease in stress, blood pressure, and risk for heart attack or stroke. A recent study of 59 women showed those who frequently hugged their partners had lower blood pressure, and a 2012 study in psychoneuroendocrinology found that couples who stayed together had higher levels of oxytocin than non-attached singles did. It turns out that bonding and generosity and hugging and caring are all healthy. Exchange the deep emotions of fear and worry for the more positive emotions of courage, laughter, empathy, and love. How's that for a New Year's resolution? Come together with love and overcome the divisiveness of our times. Being caring and kind is also contagious. And remember, your kids are watching you. They are modeling your emotional responses, and kindness is one bug we all want them to catch. Dr. Mark Siegel, Fox News.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
It seems like everywhere you look right now, someone is sick. This year, prepare your family for airborne invaders like bacteria, pollen, and yes, germs with Navage Nasal Care. Navage flushes ultra-pure, refreshing saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out of the other nostril. Navage sucks out viruses, dust, and other airborne particles, all the stuff that gets trapped in your nose, making you miserable. Don't get caught empty-handed this winter. Get Navage, the drug-free solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Even better, Navage is HSA, FSA eligible, so Navage is a great way to spend those funds before they expire. Don't wait a minute longer. Buy Navage today and you'll breathe easier knowing you're putting your funds to good use. Navage is available online at Navage.com or Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-990-8755 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-990-8755. That's 800-990-8755. What do you have to lose? Call 800-990-8755. Again, 800-990-8755.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-217-1155. That's 800-217-1155. 800-217-1155.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Hill Volvo studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, January 3rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number, Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenson with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. The whole band back together again for the first time in 2024. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
Gregory?
Hi.
Nice to see you.
Huh?
Last time we saw you was Halloween.
Oh, man.
You feeling a little better?
I am. And I know technically I probably shouldn't be here, but I just couldn't stay away. Yeah. I was like, enough.
2 weeks you were out.
Enough. I needed it. By the way, children, disgusting germy miracles. They are just, every disease under the, bleh.
They can ruin anybody's immune system, can't they?
Oh my God. I've never had the flu before, ever.
Really?
Never.
Oh, that's right. You have said that in the past.
Yep.
Well, there's a first for everything.
There is.
We got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning. By the way, did you have a good New Year, good Christmas, all that?
Everything was great. Thank you.
All right. We got to get to a big take on the demise of DEI, as Harvard has said, you know what? I think it's time Claudine Gay goes away. We'll get to that this morning. We have a plastic bag ban in Pennsylvania suburbs that will be launching in, I think, just about 18 days. We'll get to that. Donald Trump thinks a rally at Madison Square Garden can win him New York, and he's considering it. We will get to that this morning. Also, Charlemagne the God says, you know what? I can't back Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I can't make the same mistake a second time. Tony Bruno is going to join us from Florida. The cut sheet is loaded. It is wild. It's going to be a great Wednesday. By the way, no singing today on this show.
What?
No singing.
Uh-oh.
Today is my 40th birthday. I just wanted to say that.
Happy birthday.
The 30s are gone. A decade of excellence has gone by the wayside. And we will not sing happy birthday on this show because I can't sit there for 42 seconds and tolerate it.
Dawn, I feel like he's fishing for
Yes.
people to sing happy birthday to.
No, I do not
Happy
want it.
birthday.
No, that is 100%
Because
what you're doing.
it's on my Twitter feed. I guess you have your birthday on your Twitter feed.
Okay.
So I opened up my Twitter this morning and I see the balloons coming down because it's my birthday. So do not. So you can wish me a happy birthday.
Oh, boy.
Just don't sing it.
Oh, boy.
Because I despise that. All right.
Nobody would have known it if you didn't bring it up.
You're probably right. You're probably right. And you're on to me. I was fishing.
Yeah, of course you were.
Damn it. All right. 6:05. Let's get to the news. Round number one. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. This chilly 30-degree Wednesday morning, January 3rd, 2024. We are sponsored this morning by COSA. So let's get right to it. A lot developing this morning, and we do have the first murder in Philadelphia of the new year.
Ah.
Yes.
Wow.
So we talked yesterday about the fact that we had exceeded, tragically, 400 murders, 400 people killed in the city of Philadelphia, and in fact talked yesterday about a little bit about the fact that this past summer, deadliest on record, with on average 8 people a day being shot in Philadelphia. So police now in Philadelphia investigating what officials say was the first murder of the new year, a man shot to death in North Philadelphia. And that, according to police, happened about 8:21 a.m. yesterday morning, 1200 block of West Herald Street, North Philadelphia. First responders finding this 35-year-old man laying in the roadway after he had been shot once in his stomach. He was rushed to a nearby hospital where he was pronounced by 8:46 in the morning. No weapons recovered, no arrests made. Law enforcement officials say it's under investigation. So this is, when we talk about the crime that has been happening in Philadelphia, this is one of the top priorities of Philadelphia's new mayor. Sherelle Parker formally inaugurated into office yesterday, marking a new era for the city. She's not only the city's 100th mayor, but also happens to be the first woman to hold the job in more than 300 years in our great old city. So after officially taking the reins from former mayor Jim Kenney, and actually, technically, she was sworn in that private ceremonies we told you after midnight Monday. She vows to hit the ground running. So she has declared a state of emergency. She really made some first orders of business, issuing an executive order declaring that the current levels of crimes against persons and property in Philadelphia constitute a public safety emergency that the city must abate immediately.
Wow. Okay. Well, let's enforce it. It's nice to issue that. Now let's, as you said, get the boots on the ground and start reestablishing law and order in this city.
Yeah, and so what's the game plan? That's
Right.
our next question.
Yep.
Well, she says that she has directed the newly sworn-in police commissioner, Kevin Bethel, to work with managing director Adam Thiel, who we know well, obviously headed the fire department. So she's saying you have 100 days. Come up with your plan, 100 days. What are you going to do about this? And we know that part of the preliminary plans include how to increase the numbers of police officers across the city. One of her top priorities, which is recruitment, particularly those trained in community policing. So back to the community policing like we used to have in Philadelphia with the bike cops, all of that, walking a beat. So they are also looking at ways to reduce violent crimes, combat property, quality of life offenses, such as unlawful usage of those ATVs and retail thefts.
Yeah, those little bike punks.
Yes.
They need to go too.
She says she's going to shut down open-air drug markets, such as in Kensington. So a lot on the table there as she got busy, got right to it. I know Joe Biden, the president, sent her a nice little video message. I know we'll talk about that. Let's take it to New Jersey. Democrat Senator Bob Menendez, Gold Bar Bob, is apparently not just gold bars, fancy cars, and very expensive watches.
Yeah, he's luxury watch Bob. He's like, you give up some power and some influence, you get a Rolex.
So according to this new indictment, and we should point out the senator has pleaded not guilty to all prior counts. He's now accused of making positive comments about Qatar in exchange for items of value, including, as you say, those luxury wristwatches. According to the new indictment, the luxury wristwatches Menendez was allegedly offered were valued between $10,000 and $24,000.
Yeah, I think Zales is rolling out the new Bob Menendez luxury line this week in all retail establishments.
Lee Pavorsky, how much are your watches? We have to do probably Pavorskys are higher quality, but in any event, he's denying all of this, but many Democrats now joining in the call, but leading them again. Senator John Fetterman saying Bob's got to go.
We got a Democratic mayor that wants to get tough on crime. Fetterman's making sense. Dogs and cats living together. What's going on here, Dawn?
I don't know. It's upside down land.
It is.
Even in the new year for sure.
Yep.
Just some other headlines for you, and especially in honor of Greg Stocker, who's back still a little sick. But the CDC is warning that New Jersey and Pennsylvania are among the states in the nation with some of the highest spikes in illnesses, such as upper respiratory illnesses, RSV, of course, that strikes little kids and the elderly, and then flu. So no big surprise after the holidays, things spread.
Yep.
How about those? How about our Sixers? Joel Embiid. We beat the Bulls 110-97, and I know you'll talk about the Birds.
Yeah, I think in light of the Eagles being absolute trash, it might be time to start focusing on the Sixers. I think football season's coming to a quick fast and a quick closure here for this football season.
Has this city completely just given up hope on the?
I said yesterday when we had Harry Mays on. I said I think they're out in the playoffs in the first round.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, some people were saying that that Sunday's awful game might have been their last. What were they talking about?
I mean, last ounce of hope,
I guess.
Yeah,
that was our last hope.
Yeah, it's like it feels like the Titanic, right? Like it's sinking. You're gonna have to get off the ship eventually.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Stocker's 49ers are destined to win it
all. Ouch. Well, we'll watch it. I know everybody's still commiserating after Sunday.
Yeah.
Hey, let's talk about COSA. I have questions about aging. Delaware County Office of Services for the Aging, or COSA. COSA can point you in the right direction. To see how COSA can help you or a loved one, just visit delcosa.org. COSA is supported by Delaware County Council. As far as the forecast, we are headed up to 47 degrees today, but I will tell you, I'll tease this a little bit, we may see some snow this weekend. Depends on where you are, but they're talking snow in the forecast coming this weekend, I will tell you. So tomorrow, breezy, morning clouds, little flurry, and a sprinkle possible, 45 degrees. So it depends if that flurry would happen very early or very late. Friday, mostly sunny, cooler, high of 41 degrees. And then Saturday, cloudy, potential for rain, snow, a mix of sorts to develop later Saturday as a potent storm may reach our region, bringing the chance for heavy rain or some snow at nighttime, because Saturday's high is 41, Sunday's high is 39.
And we haven't had an inch or more of snow accumulation in over 700 days, I believe the number is now?
Yeah.
Yep.
How about that?
Yeah.
But this Gulf of Mexico, the storm is pulling out of the Gulf of Mexico, looks to develop into a nor'easter, bringing the threat for this very heavy rain, snow event. A lot of wind, so very windy, potential coastal flooding again. So they're trying to figure out this exact track. The high, again, 39 degrees. So would this happen early in the morning? It looks like it would happen earlier Sunday.
By the way, Newman Price on the YouTube chat says it's some of the players' last home game because they play away the Giants on Sunday.
Gotcha. Okay.
So it will be some of the players who may not return.
Right. Because they will not be playing a home playoff game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Aww.
It's over, folks. It's done.
I know, it was just depressing. So the kids are excited about snow. We'll see how that develops.
We're supposed to get an inch. what the kids are excited about it.
We got a dusting.
Oh my Lord.
They're saying, so you're saying there's a chance.
Oh my God.
Kayal and Company, News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13 Wednesday morning. Let's get to another big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, the demise of DEI before your very eyes. If you want to get it right, hire and promote people based on merit, skill, education, and experience. That's what America is founded on and why it's thrived as long as it has. The best people get the best positions. It's a pretty simple concept. Now, if you want to gain ESG points and boost your social credit score as a company, well then go down the DEI path that many left-wing corporations have done and watch how going woke will destroy your brand and reputation with failure after failure. And Harvard University, you can add them to the ladder. Yesterday afternoon, breaking news came down that embattled Harvard University president Claudine Gay stepped down and resigned from her position. Now, I have long said that Vice President Kamala Harris is the face of diversity, equity, and inclusion. She is the poster girl of the absurd movement to elevate those into positions that they are not qualified to serve in. If Kamala is the face, well, then Claudine Gay may go down as the laughingstock, even surpassing the Veep. Gay wrote a total of 11 papers in her entire academic career, 6 of them which would qualify as plagiarized. A majority of those papers were focused on identity politics, namely gender and race. But don't worry, she still has her supporters. Here is CNN's Matt Egan trying to defend Gay, and this is borderline laughable. Listen and watch this.
These plagiarism allegations, where Claudine Gay has had to issue corrections, multiple corrections. Now, we should note that Claudine Gay has not been accused of stealing anyone's ideas in any of her writings. She's been accused of sort of more like copying other people's writings without attribution. So it's been more sloppy attribution than stealing anyone's ideas. But nonetheless, you put all of that together.
Yeah, they were just copying other people's writings without attribution, just sloppy, no ill intent here. Her entire academic existence was a fraud. She has been accused of over 50 different concepts of being plagiarized. Claudine Gay's time as president of Harvard University will go down as the shortest tenure in university history. Claudine Gay is also the victim here. In her resignation letter, she says the following per the Daily Mail. In an email to colleagues today, she wrote that she was standing down after consultation with the school's board, which has been under pressure to replace her after defending her congressional testimony about campus anti-Semitism. She failed to acknowledge where she went wrong, making no mention of her refusal to condemn anti-Semitism as harassment at a December 5th congressional hearing or the mounting claims of plagiarism against her, but said she had been the victim of racist threats. Quote, "It has become clear that this is in the best interest of Harvard for me to resign so that our community can navigate this moment of extraordinary challenge with a focus on the institution rather than any individual," Gay wrote. She says it has been frightening to find herself the target of threats and distressing to have her character questioned. Geez, I wonder why people are questioning your character. You didn't condemn anti-Semitism, and all of your academic accomplishments have been plagiarized. Gay will be replaced by Alan Garber, the provost and chief academic officer. And this will, of course, go down as the shortest tenure, 6 months in total, as president of Harvard University. My guess is she'll be a panelist and a contributor on MSNBC by February. This also shows us just how broken academia really is, how divisive DEI actually is, and how a return to merit-based decision-making is absolutely imperative. Staying with the demise of DEI, here's a headline you might have missed, but it further illustrates the theme of today's big take. Google, Meta, and other big tech giants have slashed job-related openings and resource groups that fall under the DEI mantra for 2023. That headline from the New York Post. Tech giants like Google and Meta have slashed diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in 2023, despite their commitments following the 2020 BLM protests and riots. According to the data provided by the job site Indeed, cited by CNBC, DEI-related job postings in 2023 have declined by 44%. In November of 2023, just 2 months ago, the last full month for which data was available, DEI job postings dropped 23% year over year. Translation, woke has a shelf life of less than one presidential term, and hardly ever, if at all, does it turn out to be successful. Meanwhile, in other further related DEI news, Texas Republican Dan Crenshaw just introduced legislation to prohibit institutions of higher education from requiring students to write or endorse diversity, equity, and inclusion statements, and would strip universities of federal funding if they compel students to compose or sign the oaths. Crenshaw said the following, quote, "We can see the utter moral bankruptcy in higher education with the spread of anti-Semitism on college campuses. Make no mistake, the DEI bureaucracy is directly responsible for a toxic campus culture that separates everyone into oppressor and the oppressed. That's why I am dropping legislation to protect free thought and prevent federal funding for universities that force students to write DEI statements." So is the pendulum finally swinging back to the middle? A return to normalcy? Is this the death of DEI? Or are these just a few outliers in the woke world that we are still continually forced to live in? Let's get back to merit, and let's always make sure we cite our work properly. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reaction to Claudine Gay leaving Harvard, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210, the phone number, on social media at 1210 WPHT. Or, of course, be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons and be a part of the show today. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction to all of this DEI nonsense. And then also plastic bag bans coming to the Pennsylvania suburbs. We'll delve into that as we continue. Wednesday morning, Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg for the first time back together in 2024 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Hey, it's Rich Siegel. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, NPN number 2083768.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans directly, and recycle old clothes by donating them. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing? Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Holy Rosary Regional School on Walton Road in Plymouth Meeting on Saturday, February 3rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
They were moving into the street in Cambridge, Massachusetts to get rid of Claudine Gay. And finally, after the holidays, to kick off the new year, Harvard decided to do so, even though technically it is a resignation. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company, good to have everybody in on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30 this morning. Also, 3 more chances to secure yourself a pair of tickets to Major League Wrestling, which we gave away yesterday. I don't think Claudine Gay will be joining Major League Wrestling anytime soon because technically she is still a professor with tenure, I believe, at Harvard University. But this took about 28 days, and I think the big takeaway here is, number one, as I mentioned in the big take, every time you go down this DEI road, and it really is toxic, it's divisive. You hear the words diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to me it's more like division, exclusion, and idiocy, to be honest, because you are really, if you think about it, it's a math game. The moment you adhere to DEI as your guiding light for hiring or promoting, you're immediately stripping yourself of really qualified people to step into a certain role or a position. So then you shrink the talent pool, and then ultimately the results end up being less than what the standard is or what it used to be. So that's clearly what happened here at Harvard, and the pressure was too much, and they probably wanted to just get through the holidays, and they probably were at the point where, like, you know what, we're going to have to move on from her. She's going to have to resign. You know, we'll put together some sort of little bit of a package where it's like, you know, she's the one stepping down on behalf of the university and making it not about one individual at one institution. But I think ultimately this was a money play, Dawn and Greg, because, like, if you think about it, how much money is Harvard receiving from an endowment? They're probably, I think, about a $50 billion endowment. And the second these big donors come out of the woodworks and they're like, all right, well, I've been known to give $20 million, or I believe there's a few that have given $300 million. I hate to steal an old cliche and a phrase from an old wrestler in the 90s, Stalker, but remember, the $1 Million Man once said, everybody has a price.
Sure.
And I think Harvard was like, you know what? We like you, Claudine, but we can't afford to lose $1 billion in endowment.
Here's the problem. I'm sorry.
See, we're off sync.
Oh, my God, we're off sync.
Well, we're not in sync because I'm not Justin Timberlake.
2 weeks. No, I pointed it at you, so you should have gone. So you go, my love. Sorry.
No, two things. This Penn is sitting back going, whew. I'm glad that, Penn's just thinking, Liz McGill quickly resigned.
Yeah.
We've been out of the headlines.
McGill and Gay are probably having a brunch later today.
Good one. And the second thing I would say is her lame apology. I mean, I think we knew when we heard the second or third batch of plagiarism allegations, we knew she was done.
Yep.
But what a lame way to leave and say she felt threats.
Yep.
And I heard many of the Jewish students commenting on different campuses, especially hers, saying, "Oh, really?
Yeah.
They express empathy for her as far as saying we feel your pain basically, but take some accountability."
And the usual suspects are out because Al Sharpton was out yesterday saying that this was a disgrace and this is racism and she cracked the glass ceiling. And I'm like, no, wait. She didn't crack the glass ceiling. She used somebody else's work to crack the glass ceiling. Everything about her is a fraud. I said yesterday she's basically the George Santos of Ivy League presidents. She's a complete fraud. And you're going to, and you know what it is? It was the arrogance, even in moments where she should show some vulnerability and accept that she was wrong in multiple, not just plagiarizing, but her stance on anti-Semitism. Remember, she tried to say that it was the genocide chance. It's dependent upon the context, right? Like, that's always the elitist's way of saying you're not really interpreting the situation properly. You're not real. It's a nuanced conversation that's kind of above you. So she was very uppity about that. And then she apparently refused to accept that certain faculty members had been fired in the past after sharing their conservative views. And she claimed that the school doesn't keep track of professors' politics,
right?
Which is an absolute lie because we know at the Ivy Leagues, there are only about 3% conservatives on campus or employed as far as, professors or anybody working for the Harvard Corporation. So this whole thing, you just felt like eventually if enough people started bailing financially, that would force their hand. And I think that's what happened.
She should have been out after the whole debacle on Capitol Hill.
1,000%.
But they were too afraid because, look, Harvard has years and years and years of racism and misogyny and, the elite, white, rich, powerful boys club that they need to atone for. Yep. That's why she had the job that she had.
Yep.
She should have been out after the Capitol Hill thing. The plagiarism thing is just a nice, clean reason for them to get rid of her.
Yeah. Really
and
is.
they were looking for anything. So when everybody says, "Well, it's you people and these plagiarism claims," no, they were looking to get rid of her, and the plagiarism just kind of fell in their laps.
Yeah. And I'd like to ask the Reverend Al, if he was asked 17 times, Representative Elise Stefanik asked that question whether the genocide of Jews, whether calling for that actually violates Harvard's code of conduct.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that the Reverend Al Sharpton would have knocked that one out of the park, would have had a whole speech and a whole, he would have had everybody applauding because in that one, I think he would have nailed it. He would have said, of course, we would never ever condone this. And of course it violates the code of conduct. But they had 17 opportunities, or she had 17 opportunities. I mean, it wasn't just one question, or even asking it twice.
She had multiple chances to get out of it, and she just tripled down.
Yeah, it was horrifying.
It was. So some of the financial donors that have voiced their displeasure that probably led to this decision, Len Blavatnik, his family's foundation has donated $270 million, said it would be halting donations until it addresses what they called rampant anti-Semitism on campus. Israeli billionaire Aiden Ofer and his wife Batia had given millions upon millions. Ken Griffin pledged $300 million to Harvard, but has complained about the lack of response from President Claudine Gay. The Wexner Foundation has pledged and donated $56 million over the course of 30 years and said that they were pulling their support from the school entirely. And Forbes valued his worth at $20 billion. So eventually push comes to shove, and when the money and the wallets are going to dry up, that's when this had to occur. They probably realized they were going to do this probably before Christmas, but waited until the new year.
When you're in a job like this, and you're the head of any company, and that's really what Harvard is. I mean, it's a company. When you're the head or the face of that company, it is your job to put a good face on that company. That is 90% of your job.
Protect the brand.
When you get in front of Capitol Hill and you cannot protect your brand, as you just said, you can't do the job. The end.
Yeah.
Like, that's the job.
Your job, like especially when you're in charge of one of these places, whether it's as a brand manager for a radio station or a president for a university, your job is to increase the value of the product. And whether the product is the content on a talk station or the content is the reputation and the academic excellence that Harvard exudes. And look, I'm anti-Ivy League pretty much, but I don't deny that they are prestigious schools. They've got some very, very brilliant people. I don't align with their politics, but you can't deny that a lot of smart people do go there. And all of a sudden, she tarnishes the school in 6 months. Keep in mind, she's only been there since probably, August? Right before the fall semester. And there she goes. So
It's one thing, and once the donors started pulling out, you know what I mean, and they started taking their money out, then all of a sudden you have people looking at you and being like, hey, we were worth this amount of money, now we're worth this amount of money. What you're saying is not working. You're the problem.
That's correct.
And it's like that with any company.
No question about it. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. So that leads me to the second half of this conversation for about 3 or 4 minutes here. Are we getting to the point now where the pendulum is finally swinging back away from the cultural elites, away from the left-wing coastal progressive nonsense, whether it's DEI or wokeness, however you want to spin it, whatever term you want to use. Our boy Mustard, he's killed wokeness, so we won't use that word. Which, by the way, he was on TV again last night. Boy, what a weird grin. He was on with Laura Ingraham, and he was sitting there waiting to go on. She teased it, and he had this weird smile on his face before they went to break. He's just such an awkward dude. But anyway,
because they're saying, make sure you smile when they intro you, and he does this like
it's like he has bad Botox injections or something, and his face is just like paralyzed or something. I don't know what's going on. It's like Jack Nicholson from the Joker in the first Batman when he fell into the batch of acid and his face was like permanently smiling. That's like DeSantis.
That's so funny.
I don't know how I just pulled that reference, but I did. So when we talk about the pendulum here, we've got Harvard, we've got Bud Light, we've got Pfizer and Moderna, we've got Disney. We've seen all of these companies in the last 9 months take substantial hits. Bud Light lost $27 billion in market value with Dylan Mulvaney. Disney lost over $400 million in 7 of their 8 major theatrical releases of 2023 down in Walt Disney. Then, of course, you have Pfizer and Moderna. and experts are forecasting that in 2024, Pfizer is on pace to lose $5 billion below their Wall Street expectations. So you've got Big Pharma, you've got Hollywood, you've got a beer company, and you've got others like academia and these Ivy League elites that are all being hit not by cancel culture, but by boycotts and by hitting them where it hurts, and that is their financial bottom line. Are these outliers here, or are these now cases where you're starting to see momentum of the pendulum swing back? Because I feel like eventually, if enough people say, I've had enough of all the virtue signaling, the social messaging, the social justice warrior stuff, DEI, BLM, everything under the sun with this identity politics umbrella that we live in, I feel like there's a momentum here. And I don't know that it's necessarily just conservatives. I think there's just a lot of people out there that could be independent, that could be moderate, that don't really care about politics one way or the other, but they're tired of companies going out of, their lane, so to speak. I would love to poll people on that. Maybe we can put up a poll question in the YouTube chat or on Twitter. As simple as, is the pendulum finally swinging away from the cultural elites? Yes or no? Because I just gave you 4 examples. Maybe 4 is not enough. Maybe it's another 2 or 3 years from now. Maybe it's never going to go away. I mean, if Joe Biden and Kamala Harris get reelected, it's another 4 years of DEI nonsense. And yeah, you'll hear your stories of some companies like Bud and Pfizer and Disney, but maybe these are just the outliers. So if you guys want to jump in, 855-839-1210, you can certainly do so. All right, coming up next, we'll put a bow on the 6 o'clock hour. Local story as plastic bag bans are coming to the PA burbs. I've got some thoughts on that. We'll get into that when we continue. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinycans.com.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box to help you preserve your captured moments by converting all your videotapes, photos, and even film reels into perfectly preserved digital files.
Legacy Box is the easiest resolution to do and can be done in minutes. Just fill your Legacy Box, send it in, and we'll send it back with your memories perfectly preserved.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
Let's kick off the new year right by rescuing your memories that haven't been watched or enjoyed in years.
Order your Legacy Box today.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off. legacybox.com/value.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
There are so many terrifying political and economic trends tearing down the global economy. But your retirement does not have to collapse with it. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system guarantees over 5,000 consumers not only survive, but thrive despite market volatility, guaranteeing protected growth that cannot be taken away.
My name is Robert Sims. I live in Levittown, Pennsylvania. The interest credited to my crash-proof retirement system can never be taken from me. With all the debt that the nation has, I am leery of where the economy is going to head long term. I feel good about where I sit with the crash-proof retirement system, regardless of where the economy goes in the next 5 years or so, because it has delivered on its promises.
Register for the next Crash-Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, 644. Welcome back in. Happy Wednesday to all of you. Hopefully you are off to a great start. What's on the cut sheet coming up 1 hour from now? Our man Tony Bruno will join us coming up 8:30 live from the great state of Florida. Looking forward to that. Tony and Harry filling in for Kayal Company last week. Heard it was a very, very epic show, to say the least. 855-839-1210. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Also, still ahead this morning, we've got some ticket giveaways for Major League Wrestling down in South Philadelphia. We'll do one coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, the 8 o'clock hour, and again for our morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20 this morning. Also, some Trump-Biden news in the 7 o'clock hour, and also 2024 predictions, courtesy of artificial intelligence. We'll get to that as we roll on as well. But one thing I want to get to, and I love when we have these local stories that kind of just impact everyday life. And this one, courtesy of the Philadelphia Inquirer, with the headline being plastic bag bans go into effect in Upper and Lower Marion this month. And, you know, I saw this a couple of years ago when I moved back from being down in Nashville. And I think I even said this on the air before. It was either late 2021 when I was up here visiting or the summer of 2022 as I came back up to accept this job. And me and my buddies were going golfing, and we crossed over from PA into New Jersey, in Phillipsburg, New Jersey, and we stopped at a local Wawa to grab a couple of Gatorades. And I got like two 32-ounce Gatorades, went up and paid, and I gave my debit card or whatever. And the guy just looked at me, and I'm like, "Can I get a bag?" And he just looked at me. He's like, we don't give out plastic bags." I'm like, "What do you mean you don't give out plastic bags?" And the guy just looked at me like I had five heads. Now, I had been down in the South for the last 4.5 years, so I did not know that was a thing up in Pennsylvania and New Jersey for however many years it had been in effect. Well, now this is going into effect, and it's starting in just a couple of weeks. Here's a couple pieces of details. Upper Marion businesses can no longer hand out some single-use plastic products to their customers due to an ordinance that went into effect on Monday, which was obviously January 1st. The first phase of the ban prohibits businesses from using or distributing single-use carry-out bags, as well as expanded food service product bags. It also bans most single-use plastic straws. The second phase of the ban will go into effect on July 1st this summer and prohibit businesses from distributing and using plastic utensils. They say the regulation is needed because of, quote, growing concerns about environmental sustainability and the harmful impact of single-use plastics on our planet. That's a statement from the Upper Marion Township website. Now, a ban that prohibits businesses from distributing single-use plastic bags to customers will also go into effect in Lower Marion Township on January 21st, so just about 2.5 weeks from now. The ordinance was adopted in June, and it affects many businesses, including restaurants, clothing stores, convenience stores, drug stores, farmers markets, and grocery stores. Establishments exempt from the ban include dry cleaners, food banks, food pantries, and senior citizen centers. Lower Marion businesses that provide customers with compliant paper bags or reusable bags will need to charge customers at least 10 cents per bag, according to the ordinance. Establishments that violate the ban will receive a warning on the first infraction and then a fine of up to $100 for the second offense, followed by a maximum fine of $500 for a fourth offense or any thereafter. You know, I think a lot of people's reaction might be that this is ridiculous. I'm actually not really bothered by this or outraged by it. Not because I really give a rip about protecting the environment. I couldn't care less about that, to be honest. But my thing is, have you noticed the grocery store bags? Now, I told you I'm a giant shopper. I swear to God, and I don't think I'm wrong on this, but it feels to me that the plastic bags at grocery stores have gotten thinner and thinner over the years. Have they not? Don't they feel like very, very flimsy, crappy bags?
Yes.
Like, you just want to double bag everything because you stick like 1/2 gallon of orange juice in by itself in a plastic bag, and you think it's going to just fall out as you're walking out to take your groceries out of the cart, into your car, into your house?
It's true. I think that they are.
Okay. Because I have sworn, and they're like, I've even said this. We really should film me at a grocery store, just with the conversations I have. Like, I've said to the cashiers, I'm like, is it me or have you guys gone a little skimpy on the bags lately the last couple of years? Like, they're really, really super thin. And I've also noticed that you don't really see paper bags hardly ever anymore. Although I still think they have them because some people do like the plastic paper combo.
Yeah.
Which was like a thing my mom used to do back in the 90s. It was like, it would take us like 30 minutes to bag everything. I'm like, Mom, can we get going here? There's like people behind us. Can we move? I felt so embarrassed. But I've also noticed that a lot of people now, they use those reusable cloth bags that you purchase. Are you a cloth bag purchaser?
I do. I'm hybrid. I have them in the minivan.
I'm hybrid.
I know. I'm a hybrid. I'm a hybrid double bagger.
So you're not fully electric. You're a hybrid. Oh, gotcha.
But I love those big blue bags from IKEA that you can buy pretty cheap.
Okay.
And you could do almost a cart full of groceries in one or two of those because they're huge. So I love those. I love the Wawa red bags.
The Wawa red bags?
Yeah, Wawa is now, and I think they're giving them out, or maybe you can buy it for like 5 cents.
Okay.
But Wawa has these paper red, and I think they've been giving them out, and they're saying, hey, just bring it back, and they have all different sizes.
Right.
You could actually, they're so cool. They're nice. You could give it as a gift bag.
Yeah.
Even with wine in it or something.
Okay. I mean, I have no problem if I had to pay 10 cents for a bag. So it's not as much as I complain about, the grocery store prices. 10 cents a bag, that's not going to kill you. I have no problem going to paper bags. I'm honestly at the point now where also too, what I've noticed, at least at my local Giant, you very rarely have baggers anymore. I mean, because the reality is most cashier checkouts are closed. They're mostly self-service, and you have one or two, and you have to bag yourself. I'm at the point now where I think I might actually just buy those cloth bags with whatever the logo might be, or there's like a flower design on them, because it's just easier. You can stick more stuff in them. Like, I swear, today's bags, I throw in like a package of chicken breast, a package of cheese, and my bananas, and I'm like, this thing's going to bust in about 2 seconds.
I mean, on one hand, I will say, I think the future is what we're going toward are those Amazon stores where you go in, you show your phone or your eyeball or your palm of your hand, whatever. You walk through the store, everything is weighted on the shelves. I don't know if you've been to one of those. And you go through and then you leave.
Right.
And there are cameras everywhere. You're charged to your card, which is on your phone that you scanned or however you did it. And so for me, that's pretty much now most stores, if I have the option to use the little radar gun thing, and I just do it in the cart.
So it's almost like the technology honor system is what it is?
Well, that's my question. So in New Jersey, when they went to this, they found that the stores were complaining that, the baskets that you have, the plastic basket as opposed to a cart. Stores especially found that people were stealing the baskets.
Well, the baskets have gone by the wayside as well.
Because people stole them.
Yes.
But now they're stealing the carts.
Right. like nowadays, like I go in and I try to do all my shopping on just one day, but I've noticed like I'm always like a day short. I'm like, I'm almost out of stuff. So I go just to grab 4 or 5 different items, and I'm looking for the little plastic, the little bucket. Can't find that. And now it's either the big massive cart or it's the little skinny double-decker cart, which is it's like all the senior citizens use. Because senior citizens go and they get lunch meat, they get coffee and half, and they don't need the big cart. But the little basket to carry, I mean, we got kleptomaniacs everywhere stealing stuff.
And those are expensive. So in Jersey, that's why they had to get rid of those. So in Jersey, I know as far as the paper bags, it was actually the grocers did not want to provide a paper bag because they're so expensive to make those thick, old school, like you referenced back in the day, those real thick.
Right.
Why not do what BJ's Wholesale Club or Costco and just provide your boxes from the stocking room?
I agree.
Why not just do what all the wholesalers have been doing forever?
Yeah, they're just busting up those boxes anyway and recycling them.
So is Upper and Lower Marion, they're saying there's no plastic bags there whatsoever. You can't even buy them because in the township that I live in, they started on January 1st. I actually started a couple of days ago where you can get plastic bags, but it costs you 5 cents extra.
Yeah, Lower Marion is 10 cents a bag. And they will also have businesses that provide customers with compliant paper bag or reusable bags.
So the headline's a little misleading. It's not a ban. You just have to pay for it now.
Yeah, I would think.
It's a discouragement. It's not a ban. It's a discouragement.
And again, I'm not even discouraged by it. I've just been disgusted by the quality of the plastic bag for a long time now.
Don't you reuse those things and you throw it all out in a plastic hefty bag anyway?
I have a little cabinet underneath my sink where I keep like all the plastic bags. There's like 20 of them there right now, probably.
The problem I have with it is that I always go out with the intention, because we have those reusable bags. I always go out with the intention of using them, and then I leave them in my car and I forget.
Really?
And I get up to the checkout thing and they're like 5 cents extra. I'm like, yeah, it's fine, whatever. You know what I mean?
My first thought in response to the people that bring the bags with them with the cloth bag, I was like, that's very elitist of you. I don't know. That was like and I saw that years ago. I was like, oh, look at you. You can't schlep with the rest of us and use a plastic or a paper bag. You've got do you have your own initials on your bag? It's like, like cufflinks.
Monogram?
A little monogram.
Oh, Muffet. Do you have your...
Very Harvard of you.
Your monogrammed.
Yeah.
I saw one Acme where this was not Acme. It was another grocery store where the lady was checking out a person and the person tried to hand her all of her cloth bags. And the lady said, I really don't want to touch anybody's cloth bags. So it's like, you know what I mean? Because you don't know, like somebody's, I don't know, bed bugs and whatnot. I don't know. I don't want to touch somebody's nasty.
You don't know where they keep that
dirty.
bag.
Yeah. I mean, ew.
Yeah, exactly.
So for the workers, I would love to hear from the workers they probably have some funny stories. It just seems like that old hypocritical thing that you've got the gazillionaires flying around in their jets, doing what they want to do.
Yep.
But we the people, the plebs.
Right.
Cut down on your plastic bag.
John Kerry and Taylor Swift flying in their private chartered, flights. Well, we got to go with different bags to save the world. Okay, great. 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. Coming up next, we'll kick off hour number 2. Dawn will have some news. We've also have our wrestling ticket giveaway coming up after the news. And also, Donald Trump says he might rent out the world's most famous arena for a rally. Is New York winnable for Trump? We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store or ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, Warminster, we know your favorite station is WPHT.
Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
I've been around for you, been up and down for you, but I just can't get any relief. I've swallowed my pride for you, lived a life for you, but you still make me feel like a thief. You got me stealing your love away, 'cause you never give it. Peeling the years away, and we can't relive it.
7 o'clock. Welcome back in. Hour number 2, Kayal and Company, here on this Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. You can always get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210 is the number. Social media, 1210 WPHT, if you want to get us on Twitter and Instagram, Facebook, you name it, we're there. Coming up, 7:45, we have another installment of What's on the Cut Sheet, Greg Stocker's first installment of 2024. Also, your chance to win a pair of Major League Wrestling tickets for this Saturday, January the 6th, coming up after the news, right around 7:15 this morning.
By the way, have you seen the promos for this? It's like the old ECW.
I was going to
It's
ask
very,
you,
very cool.
is it at the old ECW arena?
Well, no, I think the old ECW arena has been torn down.
It's been demolished.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could be wrong on that. I don't know, but it is.
Okay.
It's like 2300 South. It's in South Philly.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's Matt Riddle's there. I mean, it's cool. Like it brings you back to old school.
The nostalgia.
ECW wrestling.
Okay.
Which is cool, and we're giving away tickets all week, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, and as you would say, about 3 people knew what you're just talking about.
Yeah, it's okay. It's all right. It's fine.
Tickets.
Trying to hype our prize.
Yeah, man. Tickets coming up 7:15, 8 o'clock hour as well. That'll probably be in the middle of the cut sheet. We'll cut into regularly scheduled programming to give away another set, and then the third and final set coming up at 9:20 this morning. All right, but let's get to the news. Round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland at 7:02.
Yes, so in the news today, we have Sherelle Parker inaugurated officially yesterday, first female mayor in Philadelphia's long history, more than 300 years in the making. 51 years old, West Oak Lane native, who overcame, she says, a childhood marked by tragedy, ran on cracking down on crime and uplifting the working and middle class. So Sherelle Parker says, first of all, she declared a public safety emergency, signed an order aimed at removing college degree requirements. So earlier we talked about some of her executive orders, but now she's signing this order aimed at removing the college degree requirements for some city jobs. We saw that Governor Shapiro had done that as far as policing jobs.
Yeah,
to
state police.
To get recruitments up.
Yep.
So she's doing this to recruit more individuals to get some city jobs.
Okay.
So she also, has said that her new public safety director, as well as her new police commissioner, they have 100 days to come up with the official plan. Obviously, they have some preliminary plans that they've been releasing that we've been talking about, but the official plan, they have 100 days. What are you going to do? So we will wait and watch for that one. A lot of hope in the city that they will get something done. And number one, she said, how do we get more police officers in the city of Philadelphia?
Jeez, where do we start? I mean, I could do a whole show on how do we boost police morale and numbers in this city.
Amen. So we do have, and I know that we talked about the Supreme Court case, and that will perhaps impact former President Donald J. Trump as well as many others. But I want to bring you to a Pennsylvania man seeking release from prison right now while he appeals his conviction for his role in the January 6, 2021 riots at the Capitol in D.C. So he is Brian Gunderson. He's 29 years old from Lock Haven, Pennsylvania. And he bases his attorneys based the motion for release on the U.S. Supreme Court earlier this month, agreeing to hear that challenge of the Justice Department's interpretation of the correctly, and I say in air quotes, obstructing an official proceeding charge. So he's in prison right now, and he has to serve at least 18 months behind bars. He's saying that he deserves to get out of that federal prison now while the appeals process goes on.
Okay.
And I just wanted to bring it to a more local level.
You said what, Lock Haven?
Lock Haven, Pennsylvania.
Okay.
And so Gunderson was found guilty in a non-jury stipulated facts trial back in November of 2022 of that obstruction charge and then assault or impeding officers. So they appealed the obstruction charge. That was tossed out by a judge. But then earlier this year, he was sentenced to concurrent 18-month terms on each of those charges by 3 years of supervised release, had to pay money, etc. So he says that, and I think, if you look at what the prosecutors say Gunderson shouted at police officers and entered the Capitol twice. And then after leaving the Capitol, he remained in the mob of rioters trying to re-enter the building. He is saying that essentially that does not constitute assault.
Okay.
And so so we'll see where this goes because
you said he was sentenced in November of 22?
Yes, but then he's been going through different appeals.
Okay. So he's
So by the time this thing goes,
he's already served 14 months.
Well, no, he was let out because
okay.
of one appeal.
Gotcha.
One thing was thrown out.
Okay.
And so at this point in June, when the Supreme Court is expected to make this current ruling,
yep.
he will have served, nearly the 18 months. He's saying, but my point is, a Pennsylvania man's case could set precedent for others to come forward.
Oh, absolutely.
Saying, let us out of prison.
Well, there's probably a lot of people that have been charged with the same exact,
yes,
crime, so to speak.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well put. Philadelphia police, I told you earlier, investigating what officials have said was the first murder of the new year after a man was shot to death in North Philadelphia. And that one's still under investigation. 35-year-old victim they found just laying in the roadway on New Year's Day after he had been shot once in his stomach. No weapons recovered, no arrests made, no motive reported. So we have that going on. I do want to point out to you, I know I mentioned this briefly yesterday and we knew this was going to happen, but Pennsylvania Turnpike tolls set to increase, yes, for the 16th straight year. So Phil Almquist I know you had said to hand it to me from Phil, but January 7th, officially this Saturday, tolls for all Easy Pass and toll by plate customers increase by 5%. That takes effect.
Every single year they go up, and they're going to go up until, I think, what is to say 2035 in there? There's some other date, but I mean...
It's crazy.
It's going to be cheaper just to fly. I'm going to fly from Philly to Allentown. The hell with the Turnpike.
I wonder because, we
gouging us.
Well, to your point, more and more people, we have all those New Yorkers, the exodus of New Yorkers who move to our region. And that's why you see every day, we see all this construction going up here in the Philadelphia region, the suburbs. And it's pretty unbelievable because people from, let's say, the West Coast, but as well, a lot of those from New York City, they can still commute from whether they live in Philadelphia, the Bucks County area. And so the tolls, this is a huge issue for them.
Yeah, it really is.
Yep. So we wanted to cover that one for you. Moving forward, I know we want to talk about the snow in the forecast, but moving forward, we have to talk about a man who's an accused Pennsylvania cow killer placed on special probation. Did you guys talk about this story?
No, a cow killer?
Yeah. And they've let him out early.
Having flashbacks of when Jim Carrey and Me, Myself, and Irene strangled that cow in Rhode Island. Remember that?
He's 63 years old, Gary Kolostowski.
Yeah, it sounds like a cow killer. Yeah, Kolostowski.
And he admits that he killed the cow, but the family who owns the cow, they're objecting to this. So he was sentenced. He admits to killing one of his former neighbors' 2 escaped cows, injuring the second, and he was admitted into the special probation program. But the owners are saying this is not right.
Why would anybody want to kill a cow?
Well, he's angry,
Mentally deranged?
I guess. But they said that he...
Did he get a bad batch of 2% milk? What's going on here? Kills a cow.
I know. So this guy, the family is saying this is not right.
You kill cows every time you eat.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Yes, but I don't go onto somebody's property and... How does it say how the guy killed the cow? What, did he shoot him in the head? What did he do?
What is it more humane for somebody to
put
it through a meat grinder?
Yes, because going on somebody's property and killing livestock is a crime.
I like that. I love that this is where you draw the line. Like, somebody killed a cow?
Yes.
How many millions of cows are murdered every day? By the way, as somebody who eats meat now, I'm fine with it.
Me too.
I'm just saying that we can't, draw the line. How dare they kill this cow? Cows are killed every day.
So the cow felony, capital cow punishment.
So here's the deal. As far as Mr. Kolostowski, he was charged with 13 counts, including 3rd-degree felony aggravated cruelty to animals.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
He admits to everything. He had to complete 50 hours of community service, pay restitution, write a letter of apology to the neighbors' owners, the owners, the neighbors, and he had to comply with all of that. He entered into one of those ARD programs where basically they say if you've never offended, before, but he killed and chopped up a neighbor's cow.
So he not only did he kill the cow, but he chopped it up.
Yeah. I don't know if he ate it.
And this is local? Was this like on a Bucks County farm or something?
It's not Bucks. It's Benton, Pennsylvania. I think that's Lycoming.
Okay.
But it's making national news.
Yeah.
because one cow escaped and it had a wound on its neck.
Mm-hmm.
He literally chopped it up with like a blade, like a machete blade. But the family's very upset. These cows were, like milking cows.
We wanted to kill these cows.
Yes.
No, they're like milking cows.
You impacted the family dairy business.
You took away the pleasure of us killing the cows. I get it.
They were never going to kill their cows.
I get it. It's people's private property.
Yeah.
I understand the legality of it.
Sure.
I understand. I'm
Did he give the reason? Did he say why he did this? Did the cow look at him weird?
Are
you mocking me?
I don't think that he really. I don't really think that he. It's kind of weird, but I don't really think that he said why. He never said why.
Yeah.
I'm looking through it. I
would personally put him in a straitjacket, but that's just me.
Because I'm just thinking, if this were my neighbor, it's not that he didn't go shoot the cow and then eat it, like it's a deer.
Yeah.
This was kind of.
We've got some deer.
This is kind of creepy.
We have some deer stories coming up later in the show, by the way.
Yeah, dude, go deer hunting or something.
Yeah, man, get yourself some venison.
Jeez. Anyway, it's kind of a gruesome story, but the neighbors say that this should not be one of the ARD kind of early release programs.
I agree.
Anyway,
20 to life.
Forecast.
20 to life.
20 to life.
Oh God, for killing a cow.
Stop.
No, it's right. Yeah,
he's right.
20 to life. Look, you won't find a bigger animal person than me, but I mean,
cows are where you draw the line.
Let's not be hypocrites here, people.
Right.
Come on.
Would it bother you more if it was a horse? If it was Mr. Ed?
Well, that's just it. The family is saying this was basically our pet.
I'm going to start a CLM movement. Cow Lives Matter.
The cow was their pet?
Basically.
Okay.
They had a brown one and a black cow.
So they didn't have a white cow. It's not very diverse and inclusive, to be honest.
If the end of the world was coming, they would chop that cow up and eat them for dinner.
Damn right.
Back in the day, like when we watched Yellowstone, they would hang you if you took somebody's cattle or livestock.
Yeah.
Right?
We need to start putting these types of punishments back into place.
Dang.
In Middle East, you steal a piece of produce, they cut your hand off.
See?
Yeah.
Cow killer.
Boom.
So the forecast, let's get to that really quickly here because we do have snow as Greg Stocker says, only 1 inch. Could be more than an inch, depending on where you are.
All right.
Poconos are going to get a lot.
Yeah.
I'm just going to point this out. What is that snow or rain how is that going to affect the Eagles game on Sunday?
Well, yeah, the weather's probably similar in East Rutherford.
Right?
So, yeah.
Because it's at MetLife Stadium.
A little farther north, so it'll be a little, it's not north, but you know what
But
I
it's
mean.
MetLife Stadium. I think they're supposed to get, it might be more of a rain event. It's going to be along the I-95 corridor.
Yes.
So it might, as far as at MetLife Stadium, what does that look like 4:25 p.m. on Sunday?
Oh, we get to watch the awful Eagles now, this new rendition of the Eagles, and Tommy Cutlets in a blizzard.
Right? Could be a blizzard.
I'm going to bet the under.
Tommy Cutlets is benched, by the way.
Did they really bench him?
Yeah, Tyrod Taylor is the...
Oh, that's right.
Oh, boy.
He had a decent game. He had a decent game last weekend.
Look at you. Giant aficionado Greg Stocker.
No, I just watched a lot of football.
Sunny skies until we hit Saturday.
Okay.
So 47 today for your tomorrow, 45, Friday 41, mostly sunny skies until the weekend. They seem to be all over the place I'm not going to say much about it. We could see it could be a huge rain event, but this nor'easter forming, and that's going to slam us one way or another on Sunday. Either a ton of rain or some snow. We will see. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much.
What? Somebody making a cow joke?
He's reading the comments.
No, I'm just. It could be rain. It could be snow. We don't know.
It could
we'll
be
have
sun.
to wait and find out. That's our
Good
weather.
night, everybody.
That's our weather. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that's how people determine the weather these days.
These meteorologists, they're wrong 68% of the time. It's unbelievable.
They make a ton of money.
They got better job security than anybody.
Right? Signed a multi-million-dollar contracts.
I know.
And they're like, yeah, might rain, might snow.
I know.
We don't. This this far out, they don't know.
Exactly. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet at 745. Right now, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. All you have to do is be caller number 12 right now. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. And you are heading to Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th. Another opportunity in the 8 o'clock hour, and also for our Morning Mystery Movie Clip prize at 9:20. For more info and tickets, visit MLW2300.com. From the 2300 Arena to the world's most famous arena, Donald Trump, MSG, next, Kayal and Company.
While you're dialing, do this. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. The NFL regular season is wrapping up, but there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel. In partnership with Valley Forge Casino, it's America's #1 sportsbook. I would argue that coming in at the end of the season, the playoffs are the best time to bet on the NFL. So there's still plenty of time. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. It's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. I love the FanDuel app. It's so easy to use, and there's so many different ways to bet, like live same-game parlays. You can find bets in the new Explore tab. You can make a parlay in the Parlay Hub, the best way to find popular parlays and more. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms of sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living a normal life again. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the nation. People who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, but were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. QC Kinetics. Call them today, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 999-3000.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 721 Wednesday morning. Welcome back in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet, 745. Tony Bruno, 830. Congrats to John in Percy, our first winner this morning for Major League Wrestling tickets. Another opportunity coming up early in the 8 o'clock hour and again at 9:20. So I teased that Donald Trump is going to Madison Square Garden. Very interesting story. And we gave you a little bit yesterday, a couple of takeaways from Trump's exclusive that he gave to Breitbart News. Yesterday, we kind of focused on how Trump does not believe that neither Joe or Kamala will be the Democratic nominee in 2024. Another takeaway from this exclusive that he did with Breitbart is what Trump says could very well be a game plan to win New York. And Donald Trump is claiming that he might rent out the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden in New York City, for a rally. He told Breitbart in this exclusive, quote, "I'm going to make a heavy play for New York, heavy play for New Jersey, heavy play for Virginia, heavy play for New Mexico, and a heavy play for a state that hasn't been won in years, that being Minnesota." He says, "I'm going to do rallies, I'm going to do speeches, I'm going to work them. That doesn't mean I'm going to work them as hard as I work Pennsylvania, where I'm doing very well. But we're going to do these other states too, and it will be a heavy move. I may rent Madison Square Garden, and that's the belly of the beast, right?" Trump goes on to say, "So I believe we do have a chance to win New York. I believe we have a chance to win New Jersey. If you look at Lee," and he's referring to Lee Zeldin, Republican from New York, "he lost a pretty close race. But it's 100 times worse now than it was 2 years ago. Now you have migrants living on Madison Avenue. You can't get into a hospital. You can't get into a school. You go to a public school, and half the kids are sitting there and have no idea what the teacher is saying." Let's talk about this, because in this article from Mediaite, they point out that Donald Trump always seems to do a nice showing at Madison Square Garden. And they say a Trump rally in Madison Square Garden certainly would be the belly of the beast in the heart of a Democrat stronghold, but it's also a city near and dear to Trump's heart. Trump recently appeared at Madison Square Garden alongside former Fox News host Tucker Carlson, Kid Rock, his son Donald Trump Jr., and UFC's Dana White for the big UFC fight in November. When Trump walked into the Garden, the crowd went wild. While that was a big moment for him, doing his own rally there would be a significantly bigger step and an investment of campaign resources into the heart of a deep blue state. I think this would be, I'm not going to say an epic waste of time. Anytime you try to win people over in an area that typically you don't win as a Republican. Look, I mean, what do we say all the time about Philadelphia? Joe Biden comes to Philadelphia. He's been here, 13, 14, 15 times in the last 3.5 years. We'd like to see Republicans come to Philadelphia more often. So I can't kill Trump for trying to win New York, but I looked up the 2016 election against Hillary Clinton, and I looked up the 2020 election against Joe Biden. And here's how Trump has fared in New York. In 2016 against Hillary, he lost by a percentage vote of 59% to 36.5%. Hillary Clinton had 4.55 million votes in New York. Donald Trump had 2.81 million. 4 years later, it was roughly the same percentage-wise. Joe Biden took New York and the 29 electoral votes that come along with it. He got about 60.9%, so we'll just round that up to 61%. Trump at 37.7%. We'll round that up to 38%. Now, he did gain 4 million new votes. He got 3.25 million, but Joe Biden picked up an additional 600,000 as he went to 5.2 million votes. And here's why I say that this is probably a losing endeavor. We can't gauge a UFC event at Madison Square Garden and think that that is some sort of indicator that New York is there somewhat for the taking for Trump. A UFC crowd is completely different than a city from a political standpoint. Like, there's a lot of UFC fans that are conservatives. There's a lot of people of Hispanic background that love the UFC that are also conservative. I don't get the feeling that Trump doing a rally at Madison Square Garden would lead to him achieving much in the state of New York. I'm not saying it's a lost cause. Don't do something. But there are some places, I mean, we've been talking about Trump's legal battles and whether he can get a fair jury in deep blue areas like New York City, like the Alvin Bragg case, like Washington, D.C. with the January 6th case. Obviously, in Florida, it plays better. Florida is more Trump country when we talk about Mar-a-Lago classified documents case. But this rally at, Madison Square Garden, while I'm sure, certainly New York has conservatives and Trump supporters and Republicans, and I think he could absolutely sell it out. What's the end result here? Do we actually think Trump can carve away at the lead that any Democrat would have over Trump in 2024? And he mentions Lee Zeldin. That's fine, but you're going to have always in blue areas people that are just adamantly against Donald Trump. So I don't see this panning out. I think it would be cool. I think there will be a lot of buzz for it on social media. What does that lead to? I don't think it leads to much. I think you could, and who am I to tell Trump how to use his resources? I think you could use resources in battleground states and that are far more toss-ups than New York. That's just my takeaway.
I just think it's cool. It's a great look.
Oh, I love the idea. I just don't, I mean, what does it get?
I wonder if it's a morale booster for him.
For him?
Mm-hmm. I think he loves it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I think he loves the venue.
Oh, he definitely loves Hull, yeah.
Right?
But, honestly, if you like historic, nostalgic arenas, who doesn't like that venue? I mean, you go into Madison Square Garden, they call it the Mecca for a reason.
But I think it's a great look. It goes viral, and he's walking through.
Well, see, and that's my thing.
The crowd is cheering.
It goes viral, and it gets his base pumped up.
Yep.
Oh, look at that! Just like at UFC, Joe Biden would never get that reaction if he walked into UFC 297. But does it lead to Trump chopping away at the lead over whoever is running for the Dems in 24 in New York? I mean, the numbers are kind of the numbers. I would rather, if you're telling me it's about how are you, from an intelligence standpoint, allocating your resources, I'd rather see him in PA. I'd rather see him in Michigan. I'd rather see him in any of these other battleground states that he has a slight lead or he's tied with Joe Biden in than New York, where it's probably going to take a loss. But that's just me.
Yeah, I think, though, it's New York. It's the media market. So he's going to get, like you're saying, the media hit. He's still going to be in all these other states that you mentioned, and here in Pennsylvania, he'll be here a lot. But I think as far as the energizing impact and the media, because New York is the media mecca.
Yep.
So
the mainstream will be all over it. Yeah.
They'll all cover it. A lot of excitement. And I also think it's a good boost for him. He's being persecuted. I mean, it's got to stink, quite frankly.
Oh yeah.
So it's probably he's psyched up for it.
Probably is.
This is one of the things that he'll float out there in interviews like this. It'll get a lot of clicks. People like us will talk about it on TV and radio, and it'll never happen.
Oh, so you don't think he'll even do it?
No.
I'd love to know what the cost is to rent Madison Square Garden.
Cool. But maybe he's thinking somebody else with a similar venue gets a similar idea and says, hey, nobody has a similar venue, but you know what I'm saying?
Well, he could definitely sell it out, though. It's only, I think, 19,000 seats or whatever it is. It's, no different than the Wells Fargo Center. Could he sell something out like that? Yeah, I mean, he gets thousands of people at rallies, so I don't think it's one of these things where he couldn't pull off a packed house and have a lot of people buzzing and it become a trending thing. I mean, you got to keep in mind, and this is obvious, you've got, 3 different sports franchises that play there, so you got to make sure that it's available. And then I'm sure it's not cheap. It's not like renting out the local bingo hall for a Saturday night. I got to imagine Madison Square Garden comes with a hefty price tag. So Stocker's on record. He does not think that this will happen at all.
No,
all right.
It's something for him to float out there, for it to be, he could sell it out. Yeah, of course he could. I mean, I'm not saying he couldn't sell it out. I'm just saying that it does. It's one of these things he's going to float out just to get people talking.
All right. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, one prominent radio host says he regrets backing the Biden-Harris ticket in 2020 and will not do the same in 2024. I think this is a direct message to an entire community of people. The details on the other side. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Rich. For years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. Do you have a property at the shore? Have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine. Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.38. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue rolling on live here on a Wednesday morning. It's a Tony Bruno Wednesday. Bruno will join us in less than 1 hour. That's coming up right around 8:30 this morning. Also, your chance for another opportunity. Second wave of tickets for Major League Wrestling coming up this Saturday, January 6th, down in South Philadelphia at the 2300 Arena. We'll do that early in the 8 o'clock hour, as well as the 9 o'clock hour. And the cut sheet, the first one from Greg Stocker in 2024. It's coming up in just about 5 or 6 minutes. Also, still ahead this morning, artificial intelligence predictions for 2024. And if you thought taking out a cow was a cowardly act, where do you hear what the latest secret government mission in Washington, D.C. is when it comes to taking out a certain animal? We're going to get to that story later in the show as well. And also, speaking of artificial intelligence, we have one of our first casualties, courtesy of artificial intelligence. The rise of the robots. We got to get to this story coming out of Texas later on this morning as well. We just talked last segment about Donald Trump and holding a rally at Madison Square Garden and whether or not that would be a endeavor that is worth taking on. Another angle that I want to get to here is, and we mentioned this yesterday on the show, talking about some of the bad numbers for the Biden administration in different demographics and different groups that historically Democrats have dominated in. And we mentioned yesterday that Joe Biden has gone from 87% support from the black vote in 2020. That is all the way down to 63%. He's lost 24% support in the black community. Hispanic vote right now, courtesy of the latest USA Today poll, Trump has a 5-point lead over Joe Biden, and more voters than ever are also going with Trump from the younger demographic. So right now, it's kind of panic button mode time for Biden because he is struggling in a lot of areas that you would think he should cruise to victory. And when we talk about these battleground states and just these small little slivers that can swing a state one way or the other, these certainly matter. And now, throw some gas on top of the fire yesterday, as radio host Charlemagne the God said he regrets backing the Biden ticket in 2020. This was a story in Politico yesterday, and he said that he felt like Vice President Kamala Harris, quote, disappeared when she got into the White House. Charlemagne the God, the host of The Breakfast Club, also told the outlet that he has no plans to endorse President Biden and Harris in 2024, as he felt, quote, burned over his 2020 endorsement. He said, quote, I've learned my lesson from doing that, he told Politico. Once they got in the White House, she kind of disappeared. Quote, when I give my word like, yo, man, I think we should be supporting Kamala Harris for vice president because she's going to hold it down. When we say those things and people don't see her holding it down, that causes issues, said Charlemagne. So to me, I think the takeaway from this is a direct message to the entire Biden-Harris administration. This is a direct message to Democrats. And I'm not saying that Charlemagne the God speaks for everybody in the black community, but he's very popular, has a massive following. I have no idea what his radio show does ratings-wise or how they measure it or anything like that. But I got to imagine when you take what he says and then you look at some of these numbers, 87% down to 63%, the Democrats have a major issue on their hand right here. And one of the big problems with this is, and we talked about this yesterday, when you play the identity politics card and you use Kamala Harris to break the glass ceiling, so to speak, and then you have somebody that goes out on a limb and says, yeah, I'm backing the Biden-Harris ticket, and you feel like you've been burned and she disappeared, look, he's already saying he's not going. So what's the alternative here? That's what I would ask Charlemagne. So are you voting Trump, or are you just going to sit on your couch and sit this one out? Trump. Of course he's not. So is he? So I would love to know from how many people in minority communities that feel like they were burned by Biden and Harris. So what are you doing this year? You sitting out? You voting Trump? Or are you going to just take the people that you backed once and that they've epically failed you? So I think that's pretty interesting when you look at some of these numbers here.
But it's what he's doing, though, is he said, I'm tired of voting for some old white man.
Mm-hmm.
So he liked that Kamala was a heartbeat away as an African-American woman.
Right.
Right. So he liked that fact. So he endorsed her. He endorsed the ticket because of her.
Yep.
Because he's saying he's tired of, what are you going to do for me?
Yeah.
Old politics swamp, basically,
right,
etc. So does this become a problem for Democrats with the whole theory of, something happens with Biden, Gavin Newsom steps in, and I think that would infuriate. I think it would be an insult to women, to African Americans, and this guy is all over that.
Yep.
I think that's what he's tapping into.
Well, but then here's the issue for the Democrats. If we're going to say, if they're going to sit there and say, well, you know what, I'm done voting for the old white guy, right? Mm-hmm. Well, okay, you're done with Joe. I got that. Gavin Newsom's not old, but he's a white guy. Kamala Harris, quote, disappeared when she got into the White House. And when she does appear, she gives you awkward giggles and laughs. She gives you word salads. She gives you stale rhetoric. We hear about Venn diagrams and everything else. We've gone through all those bits. And she failed as the border czar. Then they moved her to artificial intelligence. And now she's probably really in the only role that she could have some impact in. And she's doing the abortion tour for 2024. And we know that Democrats are running on 3 words: abortion, democracy, and dictator. So they're putting Kamala out there kind of front and center. And you could certainly argue, well, look, you look post Roe v. Wade, post the Dobbs decision, Republicans have lost every single election with this abortion issue. And you can say, well, Kamala's not going to really get credit for that because the Democrats kind of have that in their pocket already. But this is one of those things where I think they put Kamala in a position where even Kamala can't screw this up, right? Like if you're sending Kamala around the United States of America to talk about abortion, and Democrats win the 2024 election, and abortion was the golden ticket, well, in a way, even though I think we could see through it and realize Kamala had really nothing to do with that and shouldn't really take any credit for it, that's a little skin on the wall for Kamala, so to speak. She could sit there and say, I drove home the victory in the stretch run because I was out there doing the abortion tour. Like I think they have finally found a little perfect little niche for her that even Kamala can't sound awkward in. Although maybe she can. She can sound awkward probably in any setting or any conversation. But she's now almost in like a no-lose situation where there's no way you could screw this up. Like if you're a female and you're a Democrat and you're running around the country talking about abortion, odds are you're going to galvanize a good portion of your base, especially your female base, and especially all the the pro-choice people, and they're going to be like, yeah, the hell with those conservatives, the hell with those pro-lifers. Yeah, you go, Kamala. Like she's in a spot right now that I think is really good for her, and I don't think anybody could really object to that. So.
Yeah, I mean the thing that surprised me about Charlemagne is that most people don't even really talk about the Veep, and the Veep never matters, essentially. But in this case, because you have a very elderly president who's very frail, then how much does that veep matter? And then does Trump look at that? Because he has certainly, we saw that Miami rally where he has rallied the Hispanic vote.
Mm-hmm.
Hispanics are the fastest growing group in the population, growing very quickly.
And there was a new poll that happened while we were away that says the Hispanic vote has shifted towards Trump.
Yeah.
Whereas Biden in 2020 carried it by almost 30%. Now it's Trump.
It whittled away 24% of the black vote for Joe Biden. We saw that down in Fulton County. Remember all those people that were out there waiting for him to show up, and we had that one guy that was talking about Fannie Willis and all that stuff. So very interesting. But I think that's a direct message from somebody that's highly regarded within the black community, saying we're not going to take the bait a second time around. But
yeah, and so does that mean that the black vote, the so-called black vote in America, is not energized? That a lot of people just stay home and think, "What have you done for me lately?" And so, what does that look like?
Yep.
Or do they vote for one of the independents or something like that?
Yeah.
So, I think it's something to watch very carefully. But at the end of the day, Biden, I think that we'd be shocked if Biden didn't still get the majority of the so-called African-American vote.
yeah, he's still getting 63%. So, all right, 7:47. It's the first installment led by Greg Stocker in 2024. Woo-hoo! It's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time to go because they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for their construction vehicles. Take advantage of incredible sales and lease opportunities. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for always being a loyal sponsor of What's on the Cut Sheet. Let's start. I'm going to throw, Nick, you a curveball because I pulled some cuts earlier this morning that I don't think I sent you. But let's start. Has the Epstein client list been released yet?
Not yet.
Patiently waiting for that. Do we think it's going to be released?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Judge's order.
Alan Dershowitz was on News Nation last night, and as you know, he had an association with Jeffrey Epstein. Now there were all kinds of things alleged. Those things got thrown out of court, so we don't know what he was like a lawyer, right, for Epstein or something like that.
Yes.
Well,
and he remember he came out vehemently. He was just spitting mad.
Well, he was on with Leland Vitter last night on News Nation, and he insists that the associates on Jeffrey Epstein's list shouldn't be blamed because none of us knew about his private life.
Oh, stop.
So let me ask you guys this question. It's an interesting question. Do you think, is it possible to have had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and not have known these shenanigans were happening?
I think if you are high up in the economic food chain and you were wealthy enough and elite enough to be in that circle, you had to have heard whispers and rumblings.
Okay.
I would assume.
Let's start with cut 15 here, boys. This is Alan Dershowitz, and he's saying, look, all of these flight logs, everything should be released. He's not in favor of hiding everything. He just wants people to know that it doesn't necessarily mean that they are guilty of anything.
Okay.
Cut 15, guys, go.
You've pushed for a long time for all the names to come out. This would be the question. How much are we to believe is guilt by association versus judging people by the company they kept, and that being someone after the late 2000s who had pleaded guilty to child prostitution?
Well, you can judge them for having shown bad judgment, but you can't conclude that any accusations against them are true without hearing the evidence. The reason I wanted everything put out, and I don't think the judge put everything out. I think she was selective in what she put out, and that's unfair. I want everything out, every document, every piece of paper, half-truths or lies. And I wanted them out for personal reasons because I know that they would prove what I've said from day one, that I did nothing wrong. The woman who accused me, later admitted that she may have misidentified me, confused me with someone else. So I wanted everything out right from the beginning because I have nothing to hide. There are some people who may be ashamed of the fact that they hung out with Epstein, but remember, a lot of people hung out with Epstein before he was convicted. Presidents of Harvard, deans, Nobel quality scientists. He was very well thought of in the beginning. None of us knew about his private life that he kept so secret. There's a difference between what happened after he was convicted and the nature of the relationship after he was convicted, and everybody should judge for themselves. But I think the public has the right to hear and see everything, not selectively picked by a judge or anyone else.
Spoken like a true defense attorney there, Alan Dershowitz. I would say this. Yes, there's obviously a big difference in the flight logs that people want to see, that Marsha Blackburn has been advocating for, who keeps getting stonewalled by guys like Dick Durbin, as opposed to just people that had some sort of relationship on this new wave of all of these 180 Jane and John Does. So I think there is a difference there. I can only speak for myself. If I had any sort of opportunity to be around Jeffrey Epstein and you start hearing whispers, for even not guilt by association, this is just like, hey, this is pretty toxic. You just don't want your name associated at all with the guy, period. So I'll take Dershowitz at his word for his prior accusations.
Oh, I'm not taking anybody. No. I want to see the list.
Oh, yeah.
He's a little freaky. And who's the little freak? Who's the little look-alike Dershowitz freak?
I know.
That got his freak on this sicko pedophile island.
Yeah.
No. I want all of it out.
Oh, yeah.
And we want to see this.
I agree. I want to see everybody, like I've told you, whether they are A-list celebrities, financially wealthy, independent people, politicians, Democrat or Republican. I'm just saying, when you heard the argument from Dershowitz in the beginning, where he's been advocating for this release from the beginning, and you guys said, he was in a court battle about this and it was tossed out. So I'm just saying, I believe that Dershowitz didn't do any, disgusting stuff, is what I'm saying.
Well, he has vehemently denied it. And just like he said, there was one young victim who had apparently or allegedly misidentified him. So there's another freak out there who looks like him who did freaky stuff. I think this is important because the powerful and the wealthy are not allowed to send, look at what happened here. The Epstein sends his very privileged British accent girlfriend in her very expensive suit, and she's walking around, like a pedophile, just stalking these kids as young as 12 years old outside their school.
Yeah.
And like we talked about, and just looking for kids who are disadvantaged or in a tough spot in their lives and preying upon them. And it reminds me of Voices of Freedom, the human trafficking issue. But these
Sounds
are
of Freedom.
Thank you. So these are like elite people, wealthy, sicko men and women, not all men, who are really powerful. So let's not, everybody says Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
What about Hillary? I'm just putting it all out there.
Yeah.
I want to know, who are these freaky freaks who thought they could do this and prey on America's children, vulnerable kids? It makes me nauseous. We need to get to every single one. I want to know all the names, put out their pictures, and let them explain.
The only redactions that I can accept or tolerate are the names of either minors or any of the victims that want their identity, not revealed.
And
but I don't want any of these. I don't want any of these perpetrators. I don't want any of those names redacted. Those have to come out.
Kevin Pulls in the YouTube chat writes, logic would dictate that if the Dersh were complicit, he'd want to bury this info and not want transparency.
Well put.
That's kind of the point I was making. Nice point by Kevin.
But he does like to clarify that just because you were associates with him does not necessarily mean you know what went on in his personal life.
But let's see what kind of associate. If you're an associate and you visited pedophile freak island 100 times, you know what I mean?
It's hard not to know.
That's highly suspicious.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he had a lot of people in his orbit that he was friendly with, and I'm sure didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just because you were friends with him, or you have your picture taken with him at some point, doesn't necessarily mean that you knew all this freaky deaky crap that was going on there. Now, the allegations against Bill Clinton as being Doe 36 or whatever it is, like, obviously there's something that he was hiding on there, and you would just
He's
say
mentioned more than 50 times
that from Bill Clinton's past,
Yeah.
you would,
You don't get the benefit of the doubt.
he
Bill.
does not get the benefit of the doubt with
Right.
any of this stuff. So.
But Bill Gates' name, there are allegations about Bill Gates. I'm not trying to wrongfully accuse somebody. I'm just saying that these filthy rich, wealthy individuals, all of them need to be called out.
It has to be so overwhelmingly jaw-dropping and breathtaking for there to be this much pushback and resistance to release it. You're not just protecting Tom, Dick, and Harry, right? Like, there's names on there.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying it's like Aaron Rodgers accusing Jimmy Kimmel.
I'm getting to that right now. So Aaron Rodgers was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and this clip made the rounds because Jimmy Kimmel responded to it. And for those of you not on social media, which is most of the audience, thank God, this is really a social media thing that happened. So we'll explain it to you here. So Aaron Rodgers was on the Pat McAfee show, and he made this comment about Jimmy Kimmel and about the Jeffrey Epstein client list. I'm going to go with cut 16, guys. Go.
Bring it up, Foxy or somebody back there.
Seats on it.
Bring up Super Bowl 58.
You'll see it.
The emblem, put it on the screen. And then bring up 57 and 56.
This has something to do with the Epstein list that came out?
Feels like That's supposed to be coming out soon.
Look, this guy's been waiting in his wine cellar.
Yeah.
I've been waiting in my wine cellar for this thing.
A lot of people, including Jimmy Kimmel, are really hoping that doesn't.
All right. Obviously, a clip from this particular program was run on Jimmy Kimmel's show whenever Aaron brought up the list, and then Jimmy mocked him for it. Aaron has not forgotten about that, but here we are, sitting right in front of that nice bottle of scotch. What do you say? I'm waiting to celebrate something.
Oh, yeah.
He's been waiting
That's
for
the one.
You've been waiting for
Hey, I'll tell you what, if that list comes out, I definitely will be popping some sort of bottle.
Hey, you've been calling for it for a few years now.
So that's what Aaron Rodgers said.
Yes.
Jimmy Kimmel responded. Hang on, I have the tweet here. I had it and then I lost it. Jimmy Kimmel responded by saying, "A dear a-hole. For the record, I have not met, flown with, visited, or had any contact whatsoever with Epstein, nor will you find my name on any list, other than the clearly phony nonsense that soft-brained wackos like yourself can't seem to distinguish from reality. Your reckless words put my family in danger. Keep it up, and we will debate the facts further in court."
Okay.
And he tagged Aaron Rodgers in that.
So, a couple of things here. ESPN cannot be happy with that. Number one, because they don't want to hear stuff like Jeffrey Epstein brought up on ESPN television, because it has nothing to do with sports. And that's kind of the danger that ESPN runs by hiring Pat McAfee, who goes down these roads, and he's really good at what he does, but he's not cookie-cutter Disney family-friendly all the time. Aaron Rodgers, obviously, we know about the vaccine history and things like that, and when you get the two of these together, you get moments like that. But here's the thing. ESPN, Pat McAfee, ABC, Jimmy Kimmel, it's all under the Disney umbrella. ABC and Disney own ESPN. So now you have two high-profile Disney employees. Pat McAfee makes $17 million a year. Jimmy Kimmel probably makes $25 million a year. And you have Aaron Rodgers coming on there making an accusation. And to really channel, like, Alan Dershowitz here, like, if you're going to make that accusation, even if it's tongue-in-cheek, you better know something.
Let me just preface by saying this. It was clearly a joke what he said, and Pat McAfee, to his credit, after Aaron Rodgers said that, he quickly jumped in and said, from my program director mind was like, he quickly said he's referencing something, because this is the clip that's not being shown. Okay. This is from last year when Jimmy Kimmel made a joke about Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show and the Epstein list. Now, Mind you, this was from February of 2023, so it was almost exactly 1 year ago. Jimmy Kimmel said this. This is 16B, guys.
Needless to say, all this UFO talk has the tinfoil hatters going wild, including Green Bay whackpacker Aaron Rodgers, who offered this hot take on the Pat McAfee show.
I believe that this has been going on for a long time. Interesting timing on everything. There's a lot of other things going on in the world. Did you hear about the Epstein client list about to be released too?
What's that? What are you talking about?
There's some files that have some names on it that might be getting released pretty soon.
Oh.
Might be time to revisit that concussion protocol, Aaron.
Okay.
So he was responding to a clip from a year ago. Now, for the majority of people watching, nobody had any idea what he was talking about, which is why Pat McAfee had to step in and say he's referencing something from a year ago.
There's probably some producer in McAfee's ear telling him that as well.
Probably.
To safeguard themselves there.
So does that change it?
Yeah.
We'll find out. We might find out any minute now. List.
Yeah, I mean, is there a history between these two though? Between Rodgers and Rodgers and Kimmel? I mean, not that doing one thing means you participated in another, but Jimmy Kimmel's no saint. I mean, Jimmy Kimmel, wasn't he one of these guys that was found in the past to have worn blackface?
Yes.
Again, wearing blackface has nothing to do with, potentially being involved with pedophiles or sex rings or anything like that. But, I mean, if you're going to make these, and Jimmy Kimmel hits him with the, we could debate this in court. So he's obviously saying, you want to keep going down this road. You're not going to slander and defame me. I'll take you to court over it. But, yeah.
I mean, I think for Bill Gates, the allegation is that he was said to have visited Epstein's private island, pedophile island, I call it, 37 times. I would like to hear from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I would like to know that kind of thing. So with Jimmy Kimmel, I don't know why. I think maybe a joke turned into something more serious.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Jimmy Kimmel is a major player in this, but I think there are some bigger fish.
Wait, hang on. Jimmy Kimmel has nothing to do with any of this. This was this was an inside joke.
It was just a joke.
It was an inside joke between the two of them.
But I wouldn't rule out any A-list celebrity Hollywood person. Like if the Epstein list gets released today, would you be shocked if some Hollywood bigwig was on that list?
No.
My answer would be no. I'm not saying it's Jimmy Kimmel.
This is the problem. This is the problem with Aaron Rodgers saying this. Is because now this is being construed as, well, Jimmy Kimmel may have been there and he may not. Jimmy Kimmel wasn't there at all.
Right.
Well, you don't know that.
This is just him saying, this is Aaron Rodgers responding to Jimmy Kimmel mocking him. And that's the problem with this whole thing, is that it's being construed. Now Jimmy Kimmel's name is being put up there with Epstein.
Yeah.
I mean, would it surprise you if you ended up getting a list that included Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, and insert Hollywood celebrity X, whoever that might be? What was the stuff that went on with because he just did a little bit with Tucker Carlson last week. Not Kevin Bacon, the other Kevin in Hollywood.
Hart.
No, not Kevin Hart.
Kevin.
No, white guy. Kevin Spacey. Wasn't Kevin Spacey involved in like the Me Too movement or something, or he was blackballed for? I forget what it was.
With guys, he was.
Kevin Spacey is
sexually harassing men.
My point being, it wouldn't surprise me if a big name that we see, like a big box office person over the last 35 years, is on that list. I'm not going to sit here and name names because I don't know any of the names. I'm just spitballing. But would it surprise me if somebody like that was on their list? Absolutely not.
Remember last summer, to be clear, Kevin Spacey has been accused repeatedly of harassing or sexually,
Yeah, he was kind of blackballed from Hollywood,
meddling
right?
with underage boys and teenage boys and whatnot.
Okay.
This past summer, he was in London on trial for alleged sex assault of a young man, and he was cleared of those charges in London.
Right.
But the allegations have swirled about Kevin Spacey.
Yeah. I just saw him doing a video with Tucker a week or so ago. That's why I brought it up.
This, speaking of, we were talking about the Eagles going to East Rutherford, New Jersey. This happened over the weekend in a East Rutherford, New Jersey mall. A Jewish family of 4, including a 12-year-old and a 16-year-old, faced verbal and physical assault at the American Dream Mall. The 16-year-old daughter, donning an IDF sweatshirt, endured offensive screams such as, "You're a whore," "Your mother is a whore," "Your grandmother is a whore." The aggressor, fueled by hostility, persisted in yelling, "Free Palestine." Subsequently, the situation escalated as the assailant physically attacked the Jewish mother, as captured in the video that I'm about to play with you. Now, it's going to be a little hard to hear because the F-bombs are thrown around like... So, if you go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, you can see the video as well. This is cut 9, guys, go.
Leave her alone. Leave him alone. I'm helping you. You're attacking me. You attacked me and dropped my phone. You want to be with all my It's free Palestine. Leave this down. Free Palestine. You're supporting genocide. You're supporting what genocide? That genocide, your mother's genocide.
This is going on in the mall.
Leave this shit alone. You're cursing my child. You're cursing my child. I'm cursing you. You're cursing my child! She's a child! Stay away from my child! You're a child?
So you get it.
Wow. I mean, all you're trying to do is, return some stuff the day after Christmas and spend some gift cards, and you've got Israel-Hamas war breaking out in the middle of the East Rutherford Mall. Now, so she was wearing an IDF sweatshirt, which obviously identified her to these individuals, and then these individuals went on the attack after her or her family here. This never-ending, I don't know, maybe I'm throwing in the towel, and I hate to sound like I am because obviously this stuff has been fought over for years and years and years and will continue to do so. But, do we expect anything different at this point? This toxicity between these two groups of people seems like something that's just bound to and destined to go on for the rest of time, right? We could have ceasefires over in the Middle East, and protests can slowly start to disappear in this country because I think eventually protests, they all fade off eventually and they lose their steam and energy. But you're going to have something that identifies you as of Jewish descent or religion or heritage, and you got to deal with this in a shopping mall?
Yeah, here's the thing. We're in America. We're not in the Middle East.
Right.
And we are all fellow Americans, right? We said that when this crud happened here in Philadelphia. No. We have to have zero tolerance. We have to shut it down and say, you are in America, and these are our fellow Americans. Whether you're Christian, whether you're Jewish, whatever, this is not to be tolerated. And I don't know what the heck is going on with anybody thinking. And look at what, to your point with Harvard, it took major donors withdrawing their money, which is horrible for an institution that's supposed to represent higher learning and people evolving and to be people who are thought leaders who are not thinking.
Yeah.
And so to me, we have to have zero tolerance and say for our fellow Americans, Jewish Americans, no, you are not allowed to walk up to do this, to threaten. It's not okay.
I hate to bring up the identity politics, but as I mentioned in the big take, what Harvard has done and what these other, and these are supposed to be higher institutions of academic achievement, but it's all a one-way street of school of thought and thinking and ideologies. This is what happens when 97% of your students or your professors not lean, but go hardcore one way. We got to stop. And to your point, from being in America and everybody getting along, we have to stop with the oppressor versus the oppressed and start viewing and identifying everybody as equals, which I think identity politics works in the opposite fashion of, because it's always saying you're the victim in this situation, whether it's a Jewish person or somebody of Palestinian descent or a female or somebody in the LGBTQ community or somebody that's African American or Asian or Hispanic. We're always saying, well, there's somebody on the wrong end of the stick, right? Like if we don't stop doing that, that's never going to go away here because you're always going to have somebody that feels like or claims, whether it's true and valid or not, that they're under attack. That's what identity politics is. Why I hate it is because it's so divisive. Stop putting everybody in different little boxes. And a lot of these colleges are to blame for it. Remember last spring when we talked about those segregated graduations where like the University of Michigan was doing graduations not based on the College of Liberal Arts or the School of Medicine or the School of Engineering or whatever. They were doing it based on race.
Yep.
In 2023, we're doing segregated graduations.
But it's bigger. Let's zoom out for a moment and think about what's going on here. So according to Lawfare, which is a group, and they're representing a student right here in Pennsylvania, in Pittsburgh, they're saying that their research shows, and they've been looking into this for years now, donations to higher education. Okay, who is the single largest foreign funder of American universities? According to a 2022 study, Qatar.
Qatar, yeah.
That Qatar is so one university here in Pennsylvania, half $1 billion. What do they get in return? And so I think that this is not just, oh, what's happening here and it's social media and blaming TikTok. I think this is a directed effort to these very wealthy countries. And another reason why we should become oil independent, by the way, but these wealthy countries who are now putting their influence and money into universities.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we're seeing Jewish students get pushback from professors who are being, racist, whatever you want to say. It's coming from the Middle East. This is a concerted effort.
Well, think about that. You're having money come from the Middle East to push an agenda at these institutions. And then from the other side of it, you have many Ivy League graduates that are very wealthy that are or could be of Jewish descent. And they're like, okay, you're receiving money from them. Well, you're no longer getting money from me. So, and I think that's kind of where we're at here on this little, seesaw, so to speak.
Dave Chappelle, let's laugh, shall we? Dave Chappelle has a new Netflix special out. It's called The Dreamer. And it's coming under fire. A lot of criticism because they say that he once again punches down, as they say. In comedy, you never punch down, you always punch up. That's supposedly the rules of comedy, if there are rules. Because he includes trans and disabled jokes in his new comedy special. We have a little bit of this. And I just want you to hear the brilliance of Dave Chappelle in this clip because it's like a 90-second clip. And he starts off talking about Jim Carrey. And when Jim Carrey was playing, remember he played Andy Kaufman in Man on the Moon?
Yep.
So he starts off with a story about meeting his idol, Jim Carrey, in 1999 or whenever that movie came out. And takes a different turn after this. This is cut 13 guys go. Brilliantly.
It's brilliant how Jim Carrey immersed himself in the role of Andy Kaufman.
Yes. Yeah.
It's the same thing that happened sadly, tragically with Heath Ledger with the Joker, which led to his death. And then that's the brilliance of Chappelle right there. Of course, people are going to be triggered by that, but it's a perfect analogy of where you think you're talking to so-and-so, but they're so immersed in the fantasy pretend world of living in what they're really not.
Yep.
Like Jim Carrey is not Andy Kaufman, but to pull it off, he had to live like Andy Kaufman. And now you have a lot of these people in the LGBT community that are so of the belief that they're a female when they're a male or vice versa. And I think that's probably a lot of what leads to them having such a short fuse and a trigger when you misgender them, to be honest.
So true.
That is such a perfectly well-constructed joke. And that is the absolute brilliance of Dave Chappelle, is that it's not just a punchline. It's not just, hey, a guy walked into a bar. It's like, Dave Chappelle is like one of the first true storytellers where he takes, you could be sitting here thinking, okay, get to the point, I get it. But like he sets up that joke perfectly and then hammers you with the and look, you can say what you will about it, like punching down or whatever. Like it's fun. Funny's funny.
Yes.
And that is funny.
To me, there's no rules in comedy.
Exactly.
You walk into, like I've told you on the show many times, take your offended card and leave it at the door because when you roll into that venue, anything goes, and it's pretend.
Chris Forsyth said, "I got to watch that special now." Yes, it's on Netflix.
Are you surprised that Netflix still rolls with him, considering the pushback?
No, are you
Okay.
kidding? They make.
Well,
a
I
ton
know,
of
but
money.
I didn't know if they were maybe getting such pushback that they would. I mean, like what we saw with Claudine Gay. Eventually, you start losing money. I'm wondering if they've lost money off of that because of him rolling the dice on some of the stuff that some people are bothered by.
Speaking of Claudine Gay, you spent the big take this morning. We spent a lot of the first half of the 6 o'clock hour discussing her ouster. Well, last night on CNN Primetime, I guess it was, Laura Coates was the host, the Laura Coates show. I have no idea.
Never heard of her.
Never heard. Well, I've heard of her, but I didn't know she had her own show. She had a Harvard law professor on, Randall Kennedy, defending Claudine Gay, saying that he hasn't seen any evidence that Claudine Gay was guilty of true plagiarism. True plagiarism.
Okay.
This is cut 14. Phil, go.
That she would be held to a different standard than, say, the average student. You are a professor at Harvard. You have been privy to the accusations of plagiarism against her. You also, I'm sure, undoubtedly have had to look at students' work and raised questions about the authenticity of their own work. Did the plagiarism allegations change the equation for you at all?
No, they did not. They were very hurtful. I think that they certainly they helped bring her down. But no, I have not seen any evidence that Claudine Gay was guilty of true plagiarism.
True plagiarism.
She may have been guilty in the distant past of some sloppiness.
Sloppiness.
That's probably the case, but not anything like the allegations are making her out to be. What has happened is that some relatively minor problems in her attributions, in her handling of things in the distant past, those things have been blown up to make it seem as though she has recently been engaged in academic misdoings. Again, this is part of a well-orchestrated, misleading smear of Claudine Gay and of Harvard University.
Wow.
Yeah, this is embarrassing. I thought the clip that I played from Matt Egan in the Big Take was embarrassing with this defense of Claudine Gay. No, she is. You cannot take other people's words, thoughts, and ideas and then use them as your own without proper citation. That is the way you were taught in high school and in college when you're doing a paper. And by the way, let's give the Washington Examiner credit because they're the one who broke this, and they are the one who went out there. And by the way, Claudine Gay's papers, they're out there in public domain.
Yep.
You can go out there. So the Washington Post could have done this. The New York Times could have done this. The Philadelphia Inquirer could have done this. But it was the Washington Examiner that did this.
That's the problem. That's the problem with a lot of this stuff now is because, like the Washington Examiner did it, that everybody looks at it like it's a right-wing hit job.
Right.
When it could just be good journalism.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's the problem with our society now is that we look for motives behind everything. It's like, well, they only wanted her out because she's a black woman and, conservatives are racist and all this nonsense. And it's crap. And, somebody made a good point that if she's not guilty of anything, then why did she resign?
Exactly. I mean, she had the anti-Semitic stuff. She was given 17 chances by Elise Stefanik. And then you have... I think the total accusations of plagiarism is 50. She's only written in her academic career 11 articles, and 6 of those were identified with plagiarism. And she also plagiarized from another Harvard graduate who is another African-American female, but she's a conservative. I'm drawing a blank on her name. I just saw her in the news a couple of days ago. Very well-accomplished lady. And she stole from her as well. So... I mean, you think if Harvard thought there was any chance that they could save face and keep her, don't you think they would have? Of course.
Yes. It has become too much of an embarrassment.
Yep.
When those other plagiarism allegations came forth, when that news broke, I think we kind of knew that was the final nail in the coffin.
That was it. Now she's the victim. Okay.
Did you guys know that a person is only about 20% responsible for their own relative healthiness?
Only 20%?
Yeah, so if you're unhealthy, it's really only 20%.
So where's the other 80% of the blame go?
Well, MSNBC guest Dr. Uche Blackstock told host Charles Coleman on MSNBC on Saturday on The Velshi Show, the rest of what affects an individual's health is decided by systemic factors such as legacy of slavery and Jim Crow.
Oh, I thought it was like genetics and DNA of your past parents and things like that. Okay.
It's racism, guys.
It's racism. I thought it might have been climate change.
When will you realize?
Yeah.
Cut to, guys, go.
This study, it defines structural racism as the means by which societies perpetuate discrimination through interconnected systems, including housing, education, and unemployment. Can you clarify for our audience how the prevalence of certain factors like inadequate housing and schools and even the quality of nearby medical facilities, they are all indicators of structural racism, which can then negatively affect these actual health outcomes?
Yeah, thank you so much, Charles, for having me. An honor to be on with Dr. Boulware. Thank you for this study. It's so important in informing what policymakers need to do. I think so often we think about health as individual choices that patients make. That patients make. And instead, we really need to understand how practices and policies, the legacy of slavery, the legacy of Jim Crow, current day systemic racism impacts the health of our communities. So when we have people who have housing insecurity, who live in food deserts, who live in communities where there's not enough green space for them to walk around or to work out, where they're not able to find gainful employment, where they're not able to have quality education, we know that racism is a key driver of what we call the social determinants of health. And what we see in terms of health inequities and health disparities are the downstream outcomes of those. And so I think it's so important for us to connect the dots. The dots that need to be connected are that, individuals are only responsible for about 20% of what makes them healthy. The other 80% are these systemic factors that Dr. Boulware and her colleagues studied in this very, very important research that needs to inform how communities and resources are given. So, for example, we have seen a chronic disinvestment in Black communities and communities of color, which have led to these poor health outcomes.
So you're in poor health because of racism. So I guess if you go to college and you put on the freshman 15, you blame that on racism, right?
It's just this society is just it's never personal responsibility. It's always somebody else's
and that right there sounds like this really next level intelligent conversation. But yet, if you were to cross-examine them there and can you explain or tell me what the data says and ask them to actually delve into it, I guarantee it'll be a lot of bumbling and stumbling and looking for answers, and it's just.
It's the grievance. It's the grievance.
It's the oppressor versus the oppressed.
Everything is. There's always somebody else's. I didn't get up and exercise, and I eat too many cheeseburgers. But it's systematic racism that I'm, the way I am, or it's my economic status. You know what I mean? Does your economic status, can't you get outside and walk around the block a few times?
I said that yesterday.
Why doesn't she promote community gardens?
There you go.
We have all these vacant lots in every city in America, including here in Philadelphia. Promote community gardens. Get that together, and you can grow fresh vegetables for free. You can freeze them. You can can them, and it would all be for free, and you would bring the community together.
Maybe we can take some of those rec centers, that the community has here in Philadelphia that are just places for crime to happen, tear them down and put up community gardens.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Just a thought. Yeah. There you go. All right, that'll do it for round one of What's on the Cut Sheet. Round two coming up about an hour from now. Coming up on the other side, we head down to the great state of Florida for our weekly appearance and our conversation with the great Tony Bruno. That is next. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The NFL regular season is wrapping up, but there's still time to get in on the action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. It's $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. I love the FanDuel app. It's so easy to use, and there's so many different ways, to bet. Like live same-game parlays. You can find bets in the new Explore tab. You can make a parlay in the Parlay Hub. The best way to find popular parlays and more. Go to FanDuel.com/Greg. FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now and make your first bet a touchdown. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over. President PA. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The violin. The trumpet. The drums. Quality instruments, but when playing on their own without orchestration, sound chaotic. Only when the maestro blends those instruments with a musical score do they become a symphony that outperforms any of those instruments on their own. The exclusive crash-proof retirement system blends safe financial instruments with your goals as the score to create full orchestration that plays the melody you've always dreamed of in retirement.
I have a stable rhythm going on in my life right now. The crash-proof retirement system. I play my guitar with rhythm. I play drums also. Rhythm is very important to me. We're all trying to do our theme song for our life. I would say the crash-proof retirement system has been instrumental in helping me find that song of my life.
Register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on January 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hey, don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Just call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you are back to living your normal life again. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments which repair and actually restore your damaged tissue. Pretty amazing, huh? Giving you pain-free movement once again. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the country. So many of you have told me that you used to have that knee pain or back pain, shoulder pain, and you were able to get lasting relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. If you're suffering with that pain from a past injury or pain associated with some type of arthritis, you need to check this out. The future of medicine, it's here. Regenerative treatments, thanks to QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you get the most out of this new year. Get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA or your FSA funds. Just call QC Kinetics for that free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics. Call them, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Carry on my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done. Lay your weary head to rest. Don't you cry no more.
Kayal Company, 8:32, Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you off to a great start as we continue live here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist. Heading till 10 o'clock this morning. We've got another chance to win some wrestling tickets coming up. Also our morning mystery movie clip, Cut Sheep Part 2. But right now, we send it on down to Florida. The great Tony Bruno is standing by for his weekly appearance, fresh off of a riveting performance with Harry Mays last week. Hello, Mr. Bruno.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Oh, beautiful. Welcome. Medicated, sick, 9 days. We came back for 9 days to Philadelphia, Maryland, New Jersey, parts unknown. And Miss Robin and I both got sick walking into the mist in the early morning hours thinking, oh, we'll just walk from 18th and Sansom all the way up to the WPHT Aramark building and everything would be fine. And then 2 days later, I got sick with sinus infection and then Robin got sick. So she's down with COVID. I have not tested positive. How can Robin be positive for COVID, but I'm negative for COVID? I'm looking for a scientist right now.
Now, has Robin posted the traditional post on social media that she's quadruple vaxxed, grateful to have mild symptoms, and will quarantine in her room?
She was going to copy and paste with what's Bernie Sanders said the other day. I mean, Bernie Sanders just copies and pastes the same diatribe that every Democrat in Washington posts. I've been 6 times. Now, listen, I was double vaxxed, but that was 2 years ago. And when I was double vaxxed 2 years ago in the beginning, I did get COVID twice very, very dangerously and was hospitalized many times. But since then, I have not been boosted. I have not been double vaxxed. I have not gotten any injections at all. And I still don't have COVID, even though Robin is COVID positive. I did take a COVID test because I got like 50 free ones, and I took it and I'm negative. So explain to me how somebody who lives with someone 24/7, one person could get COVID and the other one can't.
Yeah.
How is that humanly or scientifically possible? I'm looking for a doctor out there. Is there a doctor in the house?
Everybody's sick, Tony. Stalker had the flu. I've got post-nasal drip. The only one that's actually healthy right now is Dawn. And Dawn worked like 30 straight hours on New Year's Day. It's unbelievable.
Well, you know, when I believe Dawn is always healthy because when you're out the Mummers Parade, just the alcohol in the air will sanitize anything.
It's a good point.
Within 10 feet.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
Froggy car, baby, froggy car.
Speaking of sanitizing, Bruno, we got a lot to sanitize, but let's start with local politics because the Jim Kenney era officially over as Sherelle Parker has been sworn in and she begins her tenure. Already coming out and trying to crack down on crime with basically a, state of emergency, so to speak, with public safety, with the crime in this city. Any ray of hope, at least with crime, when it comes to Sherelle Parker?
Well, she's off to a good start. She's saying all the right things, and that's what everybody wants. But the bottom line is, Jim Kenney, let's be honest. It's a good thing he's a white guy from South Philly. Because he was, without a doubt, nobody can say I'm racist for saying that Jim Kenney is, without a doubt, the worst mayor in my lifetime. And my lifetime starts in 1952. So I've seen him back before James Richardson Dilworth, James H.J. Tate. I've seen every mayor in the city's history during that 70-year span. There is no one, even Wilson Good, is resting comfortably at night knowing that he is no longer the worst mayor, and he dropped a bomb on people in Powelton Village.
Wilson Good. Dropping the bomb. I thought you were going with a little Gap Band reference there.
We could play Gap Band, but I don't know if Greg's ready for that. Now, Greg's sanitizing now his computer.
Yes, he is. He's in there wiping everything down.
Well, I technically still have the flu, so I'm just, being considerate to my other employees.
It's a good job out of you because we sanitize all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I hear
absolutely.
You. Speaking of sanitizing, we're going to have to sanitize, scrub, and wash the entire Eagles franchise. Let's get into that debacle from the weekend as they lost to the Cardinals. And now we've got to sit back this weekend, Tony Bruno, hope that they beat the Giants, which at this point doesn't seem like a given or a formality, and hope for the Cowboys to somehow lose to the Commanders if you want to win the NFC East. Are you abandoning ship on the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, let me just say this. I mentioned I got sick, back in Philly, but it was worth getting sick to come back and see my grandkids, family, friends, be on the show and do all the other stuff we did.
Yeah.
But I believe that when you look at it from a scientific perspective, which is everything that I do, I think the Eagles' loss on Sunday pretty much crashed me into this sickness. Robin got COVID because of the Eagles. I got a sinus infection because of the Eagles. And I don't want to say this Eagle game has really lost its luster, but I think even MeTV said they don't want this game on Sunday afternoon at 4:25.
That's right. They're re-airing the Mummers.
Yes, they are. They should. I mean, Dawn and Larry were killing it. Man. Of course, I couldn't find it anywhere. It was like it was like not having Peacock and trying to find an NFL playoff game. You know
I did hear that the WFMZ app was very glitchy and it kept dropping. That's what they were telling me.
Any explanation? Because I saw people complaining, Dawn, and they were blaming you. You were running the controls at WFMZ.
That was Lorenzo.
Well, locally it was on. So it was on channel MeTV2.
That's how I watched.
Yeah.
But then, it was supposed to be on WFMZ.com, but I don't know if it had some streaming issues. I don't know.
Okay. There you go. Tony Bruno joining us live from Florida. Speaking of the mummers, Tony, and I know I didn't send this to you in advance, but I want to get your thoughts on this. So we had an incident where there was a liberal person who saw somebody in the, I guess Dawn characterized it yesterday as kind of the after hours, so to speak, of the mummers. Somebody had a Trump flag. And this guy, and this went viral on TikTok, this person decided to yank the flag away and say, oh, how dare you have a MAGA Trump flag in 2024. And then that led to an altercation. We watched a little bit of the video where it looked like the guy tried to go after the guy who grabbed the flag, and there was a whole kerfuffle and a dust-up. And, we saw this. It kind of went international. It was on the Daily Mail and sites like that. But I got to imagine it's going to be talked about a lot more adamantly if the roles were reversed and somebody grabbed the Joe Biden flag, and then all of a sudden it was those insightful MAGA Republicans and the violence and the threats to democracy. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that interesting breakdown.
Well, first of all, there are no Joe Biden flags, even in Philadelphia, so that's not going to happen. But I saw the video with some froggy car guys.
Yeah.
And I saw the guy with his Trump flag, and somebody grabs it, and then they go into the crowd. Was that the 2 Street parade later on? That wasn't actually the Mummers parade. That was after. That was the later, because they do a party after the fact down on 2nd Street, as we call it in South Philly, 2 Street. And you don't do that on 2 Street with the Froggy Car Boys. Now, you can call it, at least they didn't wear blackface this time. But I did see that there, what I love about the Mummers is the fact that they push the envelope. And now in this day and age where you can't push the envelope anymore, the parade is even more toxic to the people, the woke people, the people that think Claudine Gay is a victim of racism.
Yeah.
I mean, these are the people. Yesterday was a field day for every race hustling fool on the planet, even Al Sharpton. But Al Sharpton, it took him a long time to react. He had to see what everybody else was saying and then say, yeah, I agree too. Every black woman on earth is now a victim because of what happened to Claudine Gay.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
It's a total outrage. And this was, and Tony, they probably wanted to move on from her before the holidays, but they waited until the new year. Yeah. And I think the reality is there was just so many big donors and people that have, spent millions upon millions and millions of dollars in contributing to that endowment. I think Harvard's endowment is $50 million. But eventually, I said earlier this morning, everybody has, as the $1 million man Ted DiBiase once said in the 90s on wrestling, everybody has a price, Tony Bruno. And eventually Harvard reached their breaking point.
There's no doubt about it. And here's the best part of it. Not the best. They waited until the first day back, which wasn't even New Year's Day. They waited until January 2nd. And here, follow me in this scenario. So I steal somebody else's radio career, everything that they've said and done as I start out at a young age in South Philly. I steal everything that I've ever learned, and I used other people's greatness to help me get better. But I never stole anybody's act. I never stole anybody's readings, writings, or anything. And then I get a job, and then everything that I've done is based on somebody else's career. I go up there and I get a high-ranking job, network, television, network, radio, and then all of a sudden, somebody finds out that I've been plagiarizing, sort of like Joe Biden in 1988 when he had to pull out of the Democratic presidential election because he plagiarized some British dude. He had to bow out. Now, fast forward, now all of a sudden plagiarism is okay.
Yeah.
Here's the best part of the whole, this woman is a victim. This woman not only got to resign and didn't get fired, she gets to keep a $900,000 a year job where she doesn't even have to be president.
Yep.
So she got demoted to teacher and gets a bonus of making $900,000, and she's the victim. She wasn't thrown off campus. Yeah, it's $50 billion. The $50 million, is what Jimmy Kimmel has every year doing the most unfunny show on late night. Well, one of the 3 unfunny shows which nobody watches anymore.
Yep.
But the bottom line is, imagine me saying, I'm oppressed. I now have to do a $900,000 a year job working on my own digital sports network when I was the king of the radio world, and I got hammered down into doing a digital show when I was really a top network kind of guy.
Yep.
That's how pathetic this whole story is. And the fact that the Ibram X's and all these other, the other guy at Philly, who's the guy at Temple, who's an absolute embarrassment.
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about. He writes for Philly Mag.
Oh, he does?
Ernest Owen?
No, not him. I'm talking about the guy who's been on every net. Jamel Hill, the normal suspects.
Right.
Everything is racist.
Yep.
Every single thing. And the fact, and by the way, I get all the race hustlers. That's what they do to stay alive and stay relevant. But the Associated Press, I got to rip them today.
Okay.
And if anybody's been the Associated Press, we talk about bad media and corrupt media and inept media. The Associated Press has hit the bottom of the septic tank of journalism. Did you see what they reported? This is what they wrote this morning.
Okay.
Harvard president resignation highlights new conservative weapon against colleges: plagiarism.
Oh.
So all of a sudden, it's a conservative weapon against colleges.
We have weaponized
plagiarism. Okay.
We've weaponized plagiarism.
Plagiarism is a new conservative right-wing weapon against colleges. Who knew? Tell that to Joe Biden.
Yeah.
What weapon was that against him when he got thrown out? Back when he was lucid and could still talk. Back in 1988, the guy was kicked out. Mark Lamont Hill. Thank you, David Miller. Mark Lamont Hill.
Okay.
Another guy who's been fired. Roland Martin. And obviously you got Jesse Jackson, who's still employed by MSNBC and has committed more crimes against humanity and women and the federal government, and it was an FBI snitch. It didn't pay his taxes, but people are still listening to him for tips on that plagiarism is okay, guys.
Right.
Plagiarism is okay. Well, I guess it is, because if we're all using Chat GPI right now, isn't that play? We're letting somebody else do work for us.
That's right.
Maybe she should have just blamed Chat GPI instead of stealing it from another renowned black woman, Dr. Swain.
Yeah, Carol
She's
Swain.
the victim. Dr. Carol Swain was the person she plagiarized, and nobody's mentioning the fact that this Claudine Gay plagiarized another black woman.
Right.
That's what she plagiarized, but it's about white people are going after the president of Harvard. The woman at Penn at least bailed out. The woman at MIT is not going to bail out. You know why? Because her husband's in charge, and then he hired her to be the MIT president. So it's an absolute joke. It's an embarrassment. If anybody believes this stuff and thinks that plagiarism is okay now, then you need to get another session with your therapist, or I don't know what you need to do. Just get your act together. I'm not talking about Solomon Jones. Nobody listens to him. Nobody even knows who he is.
Right.
Yeah,
Tony, even George Santos thinks that Claudine Gay is a bit of a fraud.
Exactly right.
Yeah. Tony Bruno
Right
join us live from Florida. Let me get your thoughts on a couple of other things here.
John Doe 107. Do we know who John Doe 107
It's not you, is it?
It's not me.
Okay.
Now I have on many times in one of my timeshares. I have a timeshare on a catamaran, a 55-foot catamaran in the British Virgin Islands, and I have sailed past Epstein Island.
But you've never visited.
Many, many times. But I never, ever set foot on it. I never docked. There were people with guns out there, first of all. I went around I went to, what's his name? The Virgin guy has his own private island out there. So it's a joke. I did not go there. But if I did, I'll let Jimmy Kimmel explain it on one of his unfunny monologues coming up. And by the way, I got to rip Jimmy Kimmel too.
Yeah.
An unfunny guy in a nighttime landscape where all three main shows are all basically written by the same group. I think they use one writing group. They all write the same three jokes for the networks, NBC, ABC, CBS. They're all written by the same two people.
Yeah.
And they all know what it is. It's all pro-Democrat. And again, I don't care. You don't have to watch it. That's the good thing. No, Joey Buttafuoco is not 107. Not John Doe 107. That's a good guess, though. 91 Sixers. Joey Buttafuoco.
I haven't heard that name in years. Joey Buttafuoco.
That's great. That's a great pull.
Yes, it is. What did you mentioned Jimmy Kimmel? What do you make of that little beef that because we played it on the cut sheet earlier this morning? Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show dropping Jimmy Kimmel's name, and then Kimmel firing back on Twitter saying, if you're going to keep doing this, we'll debate the facts in a court of law.
Yeah.
I got to imagine ESPN's cringing because, let's face it, ESPN and ABC are both Disney properties, and here's Rodgers and McAfee stirring the pot, and now Kimmel's got to fire back.
Well, I mean, Kimmel's just trying to save his manhood, which he lost on the Man Show when he had women jumping up and down on trampolines. It was oogling women all the time wearing blackface.
Yeah.
But so, listen, that's what made him famous. That Man Show, and it was Adam Carolla who really carried it. Kimmel was just like a sidekick.
Yeah.
And God bless him. I mean, ABC hired him. ABC, the Disney company that is worried about everything, has Jimmy Kimmel on the air. I mean, they put Pat McAfee on because he's big business.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're getting a better. Remember, Jamel Hill, the woman who calls everybody racist, she single-handedly destroyed ESPN's afternoon programming when they gave her that show, which tanked the ratings and forced ESPN to basically revamp their entire lineup after that debacle with Jamel Hill in the afternoon.
Well, yeah, because she was going.
Who's failed?
Yeah.
For somebody who's failed at every single opportunity she's been given, she sure talks a lot of crap about racism.
Yeah, well, because she politicized and made a lot of social comments on SportsCenter. She was very anti-Trump, and it's like, wait a minute, you're tuning in for sports and entertainment, not for left-wing political commentary. And she single-handedly drove that 6 o'clock hour into the gutter.
Absolutely, and that's a fact. That's not an opinion.
Yep.
She helped destroy ESPN, then went on to all these other jobs at Vice and the Atlantic. The Atlantic would hire anybody, including survivors from the Titanic who were still at the bottom of the ocean. I mean, that's how bad the Atlantic is. That's where she works now.
Closing
Yeah, I'm
moments.
sorry?
Yeah, I hear you, man. Closing moments. Tony Bruno's joining us here as he does every Wednesday live from Florida. Under the weather, battling through a cold while Robin has COVID. Nonetheless, how about that?
Robin's sick in bed. I mean, I don't know when we'll go back to work. We may have to sit out the year. I'm going to have to call Keith Olbermann and Dr. Fauci today to find out when it's safe for me to go back outside. I have not left the place since we got back on New Year's Day. Robin's been in bed since New Year's Day. I've been sitting here watching meaningless college football games. And then I slept through both championship games.
Well, that's okay. Alabama slept through the Rose Bowl as well.
That's what I heard. Yes, Alabama.
Oh, my God.
What a debacle.
What a debacle.
So, Tony, are you opting out of your afternoon show to protect your future investments in worth?
Yes, because I can do this from home. I can't do my afternoon show.
I agree.
Now, I feel okay. I feel okay enough to do a show, obviously. I got up at 6 o'clock this morning to prepare, but it's Robin. If I don't have Robin in studio to run the controls. I mean, I got her out of bed just to come in and make sure this thing was working. Not because I'm an old guy who doesn't know how to do stuff, but I mean, there's a lot of different ways where the great Phil back there sets this all up.
He does.
And then Dorenzo in the other room, who, by the way, was spectacular last week. I got to give everybody the props there. Phil, obviously Anthony. I didn't even know Anthony and I go back. He pulled out a lot of pictures of us together when he was a youngster. Did you see those pictures?
Anthony, you are Wait a minute. He fanboyed you?
He did.
Oh,
I've heard about it.
After the fact. He didn't say any of that stuff while we were working together. But after the show, he starts sending me pictures where he was in the middle of a photograph between me and Josh Innes at WIP when I was there. I didn't realize that was Anthony. He sent me a picture of him. And then so I met him many, many times.
Fanboys.
But it's been so long ago. He's all grown up now. And I didn't even realize he was the same Anthony Dorenzo because, it's a common Italian name in Philadelphia.
Well, I was told that Dorenzo fanboyed Dawn the first time he had to work for her as well.
It's unbelievable. What are we doing here? Show some decorum, Dorenzo.
My God. All right, Bruno, a couple of closing thoughts with you here on this Wednesday. A couple of stories I want to hit on. And this is right in your wheelhouse, as USA Boxing is now going to allow men to fight women with their new transgender guidelines. This came out this past Friday. USA Boxing on Friday officially adopted a new transgender policy which will permit males who identify as female to compete against females if they meet certain qualifications, which include the completion of gender reassignment surgery, and they have their testosterone levels tested for 4 years following such procedure. So assuming those levels are low enough, I guess that makes you a female and not a physical threat to another female. I don't know, Tony. To me, I don't know what the science is behind it, but I got to imagine there's still an inherent advantage for a man punching a female in a boxing match.
Well, if you want to see the evidence, it's there because one of the top-ranked female boxers has been training with a biological male. And you got to look it up. I didn't save the video, but I saw it last night. There's a man who's helping and sparring with the top-rated women's boxer, and he knocks her out with one punch in a training session.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just another guy who's obviously bigger and stronger, and he's training her, and one punch, and she was out cold.
Yep.
So imagine that being allowed, because we've talked about it before, chess, badminton, all these other sports. There's no really major, even like darts, there's no major physical advantage that a man would have over a woman. But when you're talking about boxing,
well,
we're talking about boxing, man.
It's outrageous enough when we talk about swimming or volleyball or field hockey and lacrosse. We've seen those videos. We've heard those stories. Mm-hmm. You had the Riley Gaines, Leah Thomas thing. Obviously an inherent advantage, but there's no physical contact. Leah Thomas didn't punch Riley Gaines in the face. Here we're going to have a guy legitimately with the objective of knocking a female out in the ring and laying her out on her back. And we're going to allow that based on science of testosterone levels? Come on.
This is the most ridiculous thing ever. We've seen other things, but the boxing, that's way too. Anybody who and now Riley Gaines will say something about it, and then all the people who have no ability to even think about being Riley Gaines, like Keith Olbermann going after Riley Gaines because she's speaking out for women.
Yeah.
Who was a woman who was a highly decorated swimming champion who keeps going after Leah Thomas, justifiably so. And that's another embarrassment for the Ivy League.
Mm-hmm.
Leah Thomas and Penn. But Penn at least got rid of their ridiculously stupid president quickly.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. Bruno, final one for you. I'm not sure if this name rings a bell. He is a longtime Bay Area basketball reporter. I know you were out in San Francisco and obviously on the West Coast in L.A. for many years. But Mark Spears is a NBA reporter for ESPN. He's been around for a long time. He went to social media on New Year's Eve to claim that an upscale San Francisco store called Anthem Interiors racially profiled him and his group of friends. The store owner and founder apologized for the incident, but also strongly denied that the profiling took place. According to Spears, who is African American, he apparently...
I know who he is.
Yes. Okay, I figured you did. That's why I wanted to bring this story up. He says that they asked to use the restroom, and the business said you can go across the street and use the Healdsburg Police Department, and they said, don't worry, you will not be arrested for doing so. He took that as racial profiling, and apparently the store is claiming that is what they tell anybody all the time when anybody comes in and asks to use the restroom. You can go across the street right there and use that one. He took that as racial profiling. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that as an ESPN reporter.
Well, if you've ever been to Healdsburg, it's not exactly low rent neighborhood. I mean, it's wine country, it's a beautiful area. And the store probably doesn't have a really nice restroom in it. And why wouldn't you walk across the street to a police department, which allows people to come in and use the restroom? So I'm sure it was a misunderstanding. He accepted the apology of the store. But once again, we have a situation where it's racial profiling if you tell somebody to go to the police station across the street and use the restroom, when everybody is told to go across the street and use the restroom. So again, but at least Mark Spears accepted the thing, and the only people making a big deal about it now are the people who want to make everything about race, which is still, it's a niche audience, but it's certainly the loud, it's the silent minority that gets heard these days, not the majority. The majority is always kicked back. The silent minorities are the ones who they get all the noise made in their behalf. And that's the way the world's changed. Yeah. Yes, there are still Italians in Philadelphia. Yes, Flash Lightning Storm, who also said that Jimmy Kimmel is Nick Sirianni. So that's how far people are. That's how down people are on Nick Sirianni. in Philadelphia.
Man.
It's an anti-Italian defamation thing. We're going to have to march down at the. We're going to have to get the Froggy Car guys back out and march on the Novacare complex and say enough of the anti-Italian American hatred out there. It's an outrage.
I agree. Got to stand up and take a fight, Tony. It's what we got to do. All right, good stuff as always. I hope you feel better. I hope Robin gets over the COVID, and make sure you're triple masked, quadruple vaxxed, and you stay 6 feet apart.
I'm going to do a bunch of shots today, but it'll be the tequila that we got, the 1800. Agave.
I would join you, but I'm in the middle of dry January, so I'm going to have to pass.
All right, guys. Happy New Year. Good to be back.
You got it, Bruno.
Stay healthy, everybody.
All right, we'll talk
Stay
to you
safe.
next week. There he is, Tony Bruno, live from Florida. Yeah, it is interesting, and it's kind of weird, isn't it, when you live in a household and somebody gets COVID and you think, oh, it's just going to go to this person, to the next person. I mean, my daughters have never had COVID, and there was a time, it was 2021 or 2022, where I got it, and then Kristen got it like 7-8 days later, and we figured the girls would get it. They never got it.
Maybe they got it, but were asymptomatic.
Exactly.
True. Yeah, true.
And that could be for Tony.
Yeah.
You know, it manifests so differently, and there are all these different variants. But, you know, Tony might have, you know, a few days ago, or your daughters might have had some sniffles, not even really realize they had COVID or the flu, whatever.
Yep.
So I just think, I don't know, I think our immune systems, depending on where you lived and your situation,
Playing games with us.
all of our immune systems now have to make up for lost time.
Yeah, you're right. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Dawn will have a big 3 in the final hour. We also have more wrestling tickets to give away. We've got our morning mystery movie clip. A lot to do, including, we mentioned that tragic story of the man who killed a cow. But what is our government doing in Washington with another animal? That story on the way. It's Kayal and Company. Final hour next on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Make today the day.
As a diversion from the Eagles' problems, I watched 2 outstanding college playoff games Monday. Michigan has a future NFL quarterback in J.J. McCarthy. The team they'll meet for the championship, Washington, has the best college quarterback, Michael Penix Jr. If the Commanders end up with the second pick and they take him, that will change that franchise. Mel Kiper might not agree, but I am convinced Penix is the absolute best. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
Hi, this is Joe Meterchick, PNC Bank Regional President. As a Main Street bank, PNC strives to put our clients and the communities we serve at the center of everything we do. Our local leadership teams provide the knowledge needed to be able to deliver effective strategic solutions tailored for your business. We're proud to be part of the Philadelphia, Delaware, and Southern New Jersey communities. See how we can make a difference for your business at pnc.com/CIB. The PNC Financial Services Group, Inc., all rights reserved.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to use less gas in your car. You can carpool to work a couple of days a week, use public transportation like buses or trains, combine errands to make fewer trips, and take a walk for any distances of a mile or less. And think about an electric car when looking for your next vehicle. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing? Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This new year, make some resolutions that will improve the environment. Resolve to recycle more. Recycle paper, bottles, and cans. Reuse paper and plastic bags and get a reusable bag for groceries. Recycle old clothes by donating them to charity. And recycle old electronics like TVs, computers, and cell phones at appropriate e-waste facilities. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Win a luxury 2024 Lexus SUV during the $1.2 million Polar Payout at Borgata. Now through February 24th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance to win. 2 lucky players will take home a 2024 Lexus SUV. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on January 27th and February 24th. $1.2 million Polar Payout. Only at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Little Bob
Bob here. This year we're doubling down on new at Bob's Discount Furniture. So happy new year. I've got new styles like my Dylan sectional. New ways to recharge with my Tuxedo Motion sofa. New mattresses for a new lease on life. New colors and new everyday low prices. My Calvin bedroom is just $7.99. I've even got a new look. Wait, you can't see what I'm wearing? Ah, schnickel Fritz. When you can have a new year for less, there's only one thing to say. Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
.905, fourth and final hour underway on a Wednesday. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. Good stuff out of Tony Bruno. If you missed that, download the Odyssey app, hit up the rewind feature, get us on YouTube. Many ways to go back and get the show. You can also do it the old-fashioned way. Just download the podcast. Apple, iTunes, Spotify, 1210WPHT.com. All good ways to get any of the content that you may have missed. Dawn Senzolin's Big Three coming up in about 10 minutes. Our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. Your chance to win another pair of Major League Wrestling tickets. And then also this story coming out of Washington, D.C. in the Wall Street Journal that I want to touch on in regards to what the government is doing to take out deer. We're going to get to that story. But I saw that Matt Rooney had tweeted this, and I haven't really seen this going around the news cycle too much. But remember, CNN, we mentioned this a couple of weeks ago. This was probably second week of December we talked about this. They are going to be hosting these unsanctioned debates that the GOP will not recognize. And apparently they've made a few cuts. And it's very interesting because only 3 people have qualified for the CNN debate on January 10th, which is next Wednesday, a week from today. And the 3 that have qualified are Donald Trump, who will not attend, Nikki Haley, and Ron DeSantis. Interestingly enough, both Chris Christie and Vivek Ramaswamy do not meet the threshold for CNN in this unsanctioned GOP debate, which I think is very interesting. And there's a couple of takeaways I had when I just saw this, because Rooney just put out like a 2-sentence tweet about it. So I had to quick DuckDuckGo it, and there is an article up on CNN's website saying that Trump, Haley, and DeSantis qualify. So let's think about this for a moment. I think we all realized that Chris Christie was probably going to be one of the first of the 5 left standing to fall off by the wayside It doesn't resonate with anybody. He tried to be the guy that carved out a lane going after Trump. It hasn't worked. But interestingly enough, Vivek Ramaswamy does not make the cut. And I might sound like stalker here when I say this, but this is where social media and real life are completely different.
Yep.
Vivek Ramaswamy is a rock star social media sensation, and he resonates with a lot of people. But if you've looked at the polling numbers, for the most part, Vivek's, I don't want to call it an act, because I think genuinely he believes most of what he says. But I have said this for a while, where the presentation at times is almost a little too good to be true. Almost a little, and that's not to say he doesn't have a bright future. He does. I think he could very well be something down the road. He's 39 years old. He's the same age as me, for God's sakes.
Isn't he 2 years younger than you, actually?
That's right. He's 38. Yes, and I just turned 40.
And today is your birthday.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Thank you very much.
Happy birthday.
Don't you do it. Dawn, hold on. Don Lemon.
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
He told us at 6 a.m., no singing.
Yes, no singing. You can only say happy birthday. But Vivek doesn't make the cut. Now, does it matter? I mean, he wasn't going to win the nomination anyway. This is an unsanctioned CNN telecast anyway. But I'm a little surprised that Vivek is going to be sitting this one out. And I think this is interesting because I do think we are going to get to the point where it will be the two that have been polling in the 16 to 19% area in DeSantis and Haley. But now you kind of, if you're thinking about it from a theatrical standpoint, you lose the straw that kind of stirs the drink. This will be very, very bland, which is actually on brand for CNN if you think about it.
Well, yes, it'll be bland.
Because there's no combative, Vivek brought the combativeness.
But here's the thing, is that if you're just looking for policy, these two are the best to go head to head.
Nobody's better on policy than DeSantis.
I mean, Trump would be great on it too.
Yeah.
But he's not going to go. So if you just want substance, then having these two debate without Vivek throwing, his nonsense in there and Chris Christie throwing his nonsense in there, then this is the debate that people should want to see. I would think.
First of all, I don't think Vivek necessarily the content of what he's throwing in there is often detailed and extremely important.
Yep.
But to your point, Greg, of nonsense, sometimes the tone of his rhetoric, which is what Nick was saying, it's his tone and it's sometimes his effort to be Trump-like.
And by the way, when I say nonsense, I enjoy all that stuff because I like the spectacle of it. I like the sound bites. I like the quick, jabs. So
it's great for us.
For me, I enjoy when these guys are in it because it makes it more entertaining. But if you're just looking for substance and policy, then this is the debate for you. I would think.
It also allows them to go head to head.
Yeah, exactly.
You can see those moments when they're battling, and I think it's not just about their actual policy, but also does this person come off as a leader, a commander-in-chief? And we talked about that before with Nikki Haley. There were some moments where she kind of pulled back and allowed, remember, Chris Christie to pretend like he was, I don't know, being her gentleman defender, and it looked weak. It was a weak look.
Nikki's the most impacted by this because she loses the antagonist of Vivek, but she also loses the come to my rescue Chris Christie type element.
Yep.
Right? So she's affected on both ends. But I got to and I know, Greg, you said if you're looking for policy, this is your cup of tea, and that's absolutely accurate. But we've seen the ratings. I mean, it's gone down every single time. So now you lose two other people, and you put it on CNN, and maybe you have the two most boring. Again, policy, yes, but boring, probably accurate as well. This could be an epic snooze.
And didn't I read something? This might be fake news, so forgive me if it is, because I've been delirious with the flu and a fever. Did I see that Trump is going to do a town hall on Fox News to counter program this
on January 10th at Drake University, which is in Des Moines, Iowa? So he's doing this the same day. Now, I think that is that no, it's not Sean Hannity. It's Martha McCallum and I think Brett Baer are doing that one.
1 week from today.
Right. So it's going to be the same day. Presumably, I'm looking at the DeSantis debate, which will take place at 9 o'clock. I think Trump's is at 8 o'clock on Fox,
Brilliant.
I'd be willing to bet.
Brilliant.
Fox blows that out of the water.
Yes, of course they
like
do.
at least 3-1, 4-1.
Yeah. It's. By the way, guys, it's not even going to be close. Like, it's not even going to be close.
It's just if this is. I mean, I don't know if it's. I guess it's brilliant, but to me, it's kind of common sense when you're up 40, 50, 60 points, and everybody from 2 through 5 is trying to fight for scraps, and you want to keep your name relevant. You just counter program it any way you want.
What Trump should really do, and this is a callback to the earlier portion of the program, is he should host an event at Madison Square Garden on the same night that these two are debating.
That's actually a really good idea.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
just
That'd be awesome.
completely throw it in their faces.
Yes, but it has to be televised. That's the thing. And I don't know if his initial rally was intended to be televised or if they just have, cameras there. But if I'm doing an actual town hall that is confirmed televised, dude, I'm doing now. But here's the thing: he wants to play to Iowa, so I mean, you have to do your counter programming in Iowa.
He's up like 50 points in Iowa.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
But I think ultimately, I would be interesting. I would be interested to watch these two, Haley v. DeSantis.
Yeah.
Because
from a political wonky
Mhm.
point of view, I'm sorry, Don, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, but I think I would probably watch the Trump thing live and watch the other thing early in the morning before we, come on.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that it has to do with polling and it has to do with fundraising.
Yeah.
Because TikTok, we have the primaries, caucuses coming up. Nikki Haley, she cannot lose South Carolina in her own state.
Mm-hmm.
And
She's
so,
going to. She's 100%
But I mean, that's
going
why
to.
I think she drop out right before.
Well, that's
and
why they
endorse.
all have to know it's over. She's going to lose South Carolina to Trump. DeSantis is losing Florida to Trump. If you can't win your own state, what the hell are you doing?
What they need to do is all the establishment Republicans. I said this right before we left for break. What all the Republican establishment types need to do is duke it out and decide who's going to go up against Trump, and just have a one-on-one matchup, whether that's DeSantis or whether that's Haley, whoever. Just have that one person up against Trump, and just see who the GOP voters prefer.
Mm-hmm.
When you have all these choices and like this person at 3%, this person at 14%, it's just like it's diluting everybody else. So either whoever wins this debate, in my opinion, should really say, all right, this person should be the person to take on Trump, whoever that is.
I agree. All right, 9:15 on this Wednesday morning. Our morning mystery movie clip coming up in about 5 minutes. Right now we get to Dawn Stenzelin's Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number 1, the cold. Montgomery County, suburb just outside Philadelphia, extending its code blue cold weather warning until January the 8th.
For what?
I know. Hello, Monco, which went blue, because they're blue. I don't know, maybe they like blue, but Montgomery County commissioners, on the advice of the Montgomery County Office of Public Health, they've extended the existing code blue cold weather emergency for Montgo because, it's January and they're saying it's very cold.
Didn't you say it was going to 47 today?
Yeah.
I hate the cold, but what's so cold about 47?
We're in the mid 40s.
It was 29 degrees when I started my truck this morning. That sucks.
47 for this time of year is
balmy.
Is downright pleasant.
I'll take it. That's a victory.
Yeah, I think ultimately what they're trying to do is unlock some extra dollars for the homeless, because they do have a homeless problem in especially the Norristown area.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's actually what this is all about. When they declare this, it frees up some money. But my point is, it is January, and could you please just plan for cold weather in January?
Yeah.
But instead, they want to free up some money.
Okay.
So just wanted to point out the code blue in January through the 8th, by the way.
Okay.
So it's through the
days.
weekend.
Okay.
So let's talk about, we'll get to Nick Kale's birthday and his curiosity with an issue in just a second.
No, we won't.
It's my little tease. But number 2, insurrection clause. There is a Pennsylvania activist using the 14th Amendment's insurrection clause trying to get U.S. Representative Scott Perry, a Republican from Pennsylvania we know well, removed from the 2024 ballots. And as I've reported, the same clause saw Donald Trump obviously barred from ballots in some other states, which is being contested. We've talked a lot about that one. But this lawsuit filed just yesterday in Pennsylvania's Commonwealth Court to remove Republican U.S. House Representative Congressman Scott Perry from the 2024 ballot due to the 14th Amendment's insurrection clause.
And what exactly is he accusing Scott Perry of doing?
Well, accusing him of being involved with the January 6th as we come up on the third anniversary of the insurrection, which is why Joe Biden is coming to Valley Forge.
By the way, what day
Saturday?
is? Oh, so yeah. Okay, so Saturday is the 6th.
Well, wait, Saturday's the 7th, but I think are they celebrating it?
No, Saturday's the 6th.
We observe, it's a short week.
Yeah, we observe January 6th on this Friday. So in observance of January 6th.
We'll observe it on the show.
We'll observe it on the show.
Yeah, we'll take a walk down memory lane.
But Biden comes Saturday to observe it one day later. But in any event, we'll see how far this goes, all of this being contested in the courts, but I thought I would just mention that one. This is a Harrisburg area activist and former congressional candidate, Gene Stilp, and he's calling on PA's Secretary of State Al Schmidt to pull Perry from the ballot ahead of the spring's 10th congressional district primary, by the way.
Do you think they're going to try and do this if they succeed with Perry, or do you think they're going to try and do it with Trump in Pennsylvania?
Probably.
Yeah.
This is the little test shot.
This is a litmus test.
Good luck with that. All right. People are individuals during this dry January tradition, are they sober curious? So we know that Gen Z is sober curious, but is Nick Kayal sober curious?
3 straight nights, no cocktail.
Woohoo!
Wow, is that a record for you?
I'm not sleeping great, I got to tell you. Tossing and turning.
Oh boy, you might have a problem.
It could explain the post-nasal drip. I don't know. Might have to reconsider my adult decisions here.
Well, here's the
might not
thing.
make it to the end of January, Dawn. Just saying.
It's Nick's birthday today, so I was looking for, let's say you want to go to a bar and you're celebrating dry January. They were featuring actually a Pennsylvania popular bar, popular place. It's called Vicinda, and it's actually the only. I think it's Philadelphia, maybe Pennsylvania's, but it's the only sober bar.
Oh. What do they serve? What do they serve? Like non-alcoholic beer, like O'Doul's?
Yeah, and mocktails.
Yeah.
Fun cocktails in cool little glasses. Now, I will say that they were started amid the pandemic, right after the pandemic, because the alcohol use rose sharply, as we know, especially for women during the pandemic. But they also had said that they don't serve any alcohol. They just kept it going. And it's part of the Unity Recovery Organization, a Philadelphia-based group that aims to find unique approaches for those with mental health or maybe substance abuse disorders. So they're trying to expand this in positive ways. So they have fun games, they have mocktails, alcohol-free beer.
Yeah.
So this is a whole sober, curious movement.
I got to tell you, though, I've shed about 3 pounds already. I'm feeling ripped.
Wait. In 3 days?
Yeah, I weighed myself. I was down from 197 to 194.
You should check your scale. It's virtually impossible for you to do that.
I weighed myself on Saturday, and then I weighed myself Tuesday.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I'm dieting, too. I mean,
Oh, are you?
Yeah. It's not like I'm just eating pizzas and skipping booze. I'm cutting out carbs, sugar, and alcohol.
So I missed the show yesterday, obviously.
Yeah.
You're doing dry January?
I'm trying to do dry 2024. I'm trying to go as long as I possibly can.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
We took bets on the show. We had the end of January. We had St. Patty's Day. We had Easter, and we had Cinco de Mayo as to when I will eventually reach my...
Interesting.
Yeah. You want to throw a couple of shekels in there for a date when you think I tap out eventually? I got to play the honor system because you have no idea if I'm...
I went most of 2020 without drinking.
So in the pandemic, you didn't drink?
Yeah.
But that's when his baby was born.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah.
So his wife wasn't drinking.
I was trying to be, I was trying to be nice.
Good husband.
A good husband.
What a stressful year that was for you.
It wasn't. I don't. I have a couple of drinks on the weekend, and that's it.
Yeah.
Like I never drink during the weekend.
Yeah. Same here.
The truth is, when you drink alcohol, that's why I don't think it's drinking that has anything to do with your sleep. The truth is that alcohol has this weird effect that your blood sugar drops drastically. That's why for diabetics, it's like really sketchy, right?
Yep.
So the truth is, usually you wake up in the middle of the night. People think, I'm going to have a couple glasses of wine or a couple cocktails so that I can sleep better. You might go to what?
Tom Walsh on the YouTube chat. Where's your scale, Nick?
Where's my scale?
Is it on carpet or tile?
It's in my bathroom.
Okay.
On the floor.
Did you
what?
Did you use the facility before you?
No. What am I, a wrestler trying to make weight for a high school competition? No.
That's funny.
I mean, you know.
And yes, you do weigh lighter in the morning than you do at night and post bathroom. Yes, of course. I'm telling you, I guarantee you I can drop 10, 15 pounds by like the end of February.
That's pretty cool.
Is this like is this a health thing, or is this just you?
I said yesterday it was everything. I said health, want to lose a little bit of weight. Dad was diabetic. No, I'm not diabetic, and I eat relatively well and work out, but I do have a family history of that.
Sure.
So it's it's multifactorial. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go as long as I can and feel better about myself.
Good.
Yeah, and I'm also cutting back on Twitter. It's actually a New Year's resolution, if we're being honest. Yeah.
Did cutting Twitter help you lose weight?
And if I can drop alcohol and Twitter, I mean, I deserve like a lifetime contract. The more I think about it selfishly, but
that's cute.
It's just me.
No, I will. I mean, I could never promise you that, but I could say that it would be to your benefit.
Yeah, I can read between the
to
lines.
cut back on Twitter.
Yeah, it's not good for your health either.
It's not good for your mental health.
Exactly.
Is that true?
It has to be bad for you. Social media is a cesspool.
You read negativity and like who needs that?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I agree.
There's a lot of positivity too.
Oh, stop! Where?
This is still Dawn's Big Three, by the way.
Oh, that was the Big Three.
We're sorry to hijack this.
Kayal
Dawn.
and Company, Big Three.
No, it was not your fault. We're the one that can't shut up. All right, thank you very much, Dawn. Let's get to 9:24.
On this radio show, we can't shut up.
I know. Would you guys stop talking so much? Yeah, where is that guy? I haven't heard from him lately. Could you guys tell Nick to stop talking so much on the talk show?
He just wants you to hum.
Yeah, I'll just read the phone book. All right, 9:24. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Maybe we could say it was a funny drug reaction to the flu.
Who's got the story?
Hey, don't you want to know if it's true?
What difference does it make if it's true? It's a story and it breaks. They're going to have to run with it. How long we got till it breaks?
Front page, Washington Post tomorrow.
Oh, well, yeah, no, that's not good. Okay. Just got to distract them. Got less than 2 weeks till the election.
What in the world would do that? What in the world would do that?
Well, I'm working on it. To go for smart bomb falling down the chimney. 2,500 missions a day, 100 days. One video of one bomb, Mr. Morse. The American people bought that war. War is show business.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again, another pair of tickets to see a live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. If you are caller 12 and can correctly identify that movie clip, caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you don't win today, we have more tomorrow. And for more information and tickets, visit MLW2300.com. The winner and cut sheet part due on the other side as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the temperatures drop here in Philly, driving conditions can get a bit tricky. But at Hester Chevrolet, we've got solutions to keep you and your family safer on the roads. Introducing the new Chevy lineup with advanced four-wheel drive systems, your key to conquering winter weather with confidence. From the economical Trax, the sleek Equinox, or the rugged and roomy Silverado and Tahoe, our vehicles are built to handle whatever Mother Nature throws your way. Hester Chevrolet. Visit HesterChevy.com.
Your way or no way at Hester Chevrolet.
Watching our birds with the family is tradition. And so is saving money on heating bills. So sign up for the CNC Heating and Air Conditioning Maintenance Plan to minimize the wear and tear of your system and lower your bills this winter. CNC is proud to carry Lennox products to improve your comfort and air quality. Plus, CNC's clock never expires. We're there for you 24/7. So don't get left out in the cold. Schedule your service or replacement today at cc-hvac.com.
Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, here to tell you about my new podcast, Search Engine. On Search Engine, we tackle the kinds of questions that keep you up at night. Like, why are drug dealers putting fentanyl in everything? Should we be worried that Elon Musk believes that we're living in a simulation? And, for the love of God, is it actually unsafe to drink the coffee on airplanes? On Search Engine, no question is too big and no question is too small. Listen and follow Search Engine with PJ Vogt and Odyssey Podcast. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Someone told me yesterday that when you show your love away, you act as if you just don't care. You look as if you're going somewhere.
9:30, Kayal and Company, as we continue. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Cut sheet part 2 coming up here in just about 5 minutes, as well as what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won Twitter today. But who won the Morning Mystery Movie clip and our pack of wrestling tickets? Well, that is Ross in Southampton. Ross, good morning. What movie did we just play for you a few minutes ago, sir?
Happy New Year, everybody. The name of the movie is Wag the Dog.
Yeah, buddy. Wag the Dog is correct. Congratulations. You've got a pair of tickets to see the live taping of Major League Wrestling this Saturday, January 6th in South Philadelphia at the 2300 Arena. Thanks for playing, Ross, and we certainly appreciate you listening.
Absolutely. Have a great day, everybody.
There he is. And Happy New Year to you as well, Ross. Wag the Dog is correct. I was going to get to the deer story, but since we had a movie called Wag the Dog, we need to get to this story quickly because everybody's like sick these days. Stalker's dealing with the flu. I've got something going on. Bruno's got a cold. Robin's got COVID. Did you guys hear about this? And I say this because I hope Buddy Boy is okay.
No.
Have you seen this mysterious dog respiratory illness that is spreading across the country? Because Pennsylvania is one of 16 states that have identified it. In all seriousness, California, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Nevada, Oregon, Rhode Island, Vermont, Washington, and Pennsylvania have all identified this mysterious illness in dogs that causes fever, cough, a very lethargic demeanor and personality that has been spreading for weeks now. Over the last year, in fact, there's been a rise in the number of dogs that are getting infected with what vets have called atypical canine infectious respiratory disease complex, CIRCDC for short. So I don't know that they've created a vaccine for this or a booster, or if Rochelle Walensky is encouraging all dogs to be vaxxed and wear a mask. But I'm just curious, Dawn, has Buddy Boy been acting a little different lately and coughing a little bit?
No, but it's why I don't take him to we don't take him to dog parks.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
So he just hangs out with humans.
Good.
And I think this is a warning for people who think they have to, I have to socialize and socially integrate my dog and take him to the dog park. Nope.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Wouldn't be surprised if there was a bunch of progressives walking around in dog parks with their dogs being masked up, to be honest. I kid. But they say the clinical signs of this include chronic tracheobronchitis, which is inflammation of the trachea and the bronchi, and can last 6 to 8 weeks or longer with dogs. Pet owners are also advised to look out for chronic pneumonia that does not respond to antimicrobials. In some states, the pneumonia progresses rapidly, which can actually lead to the death of the dog within 24 to 36 hours. So we have this mysterious respiratory illness going around. Pennsylvania, one of the states. Very interesting. Just thought I'd pass that along for all you dog lovers out there and dog owners.
I wonder if it's related to all these weird tick-borne diseases and bug-borne things, and I don't have the answer.
Yeah.
But these things are highly contagious, so just keep your dog away from the dog park.
Isn't there some
vaccine?
No, is there some tick-borne thing that makes you allergic to red meat or something?
Yes.
Yes.
I know somebody who that happened to.
Really?
Are you serious?
She's a good friend of Stacia, my stepdaughter.
You become violently ill, right?
You could die.
Oh, boy.
Jeez.
You could die.
And you have no idea that you have it until you actually go through it.
Yep.
Oh.
It's a horrifying thing. And so she's young at a young age, she got this.
Wow.
And so like Stacia's wedding, I was so freaked out, just because you want to make sure that, let's say you go to a restaurant or you're at a wedding, you have to make sure that they're very careful with nothing on your plate touched any meat product.
Of course.
You could literally die.
Wow.
It's
be a hell of a
horrifying.
way to. Can you imagine that?
Oh my
I'll
God.
take the ribeye, medium rare. And next thing you know, you're dead. Brutal. All right, 9:35. Let's get to round two.
Wait, I would just say this.
What?
There is this push by the government and everybody to keep you off meat.
Yeah, they want you to eat bugs.
Wouldn't it be interesting?
Oh, God.
Wouldn't it be interesting? I'm just saying.
You putting your hat on at 9:35?
I'm just saying, wouldn't it be an interesting project to look into because all of a sudden this thing comes up where you get this tick-borne disease and you're allergic to meat and you could die. Like, well, don't eat that because you could die. I'm just saying.
Didn't we play a clip about something to this effect 2 months ago on the show?
Maybe.
One of those crazy nut jobs from over the WEF or something. They were talking about how this is something that's going on, and we want you. Yes, we love red meat, but it's not good for you.
Yeah, so like in the long run, it might be a good thing for the planet if we ate less red meat. I'm just saying. Look, I'm just putting my conspiracy hat on at 9:36 in the morning.
Or is this just because you really aren't...
It could be because I'm delirious because I have a fever. Not
Okay.
right now, but I had one.
Right. Getting more cowbell. All right. Let's
Alpha-Gal.
Thank you.
Is the one. And remember...
Let's look into the origins of this.
All right.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Let's look in to see if this was created in a lab in Wuhan. That's all I'm saying.
I'm going to do a big take on beef tomorrow. How about that? That's a meaty topic. See what I did there?
Just stop.
What's
stop.
on the cut sheet?
I do. You discussed, Nick, that Chris Christie and Vivek did not make the stage for the the ever-important CNN GOP debate.
The unsanctioned one.
So it'll be Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. Chris Christie was on Morning Joe, his favorite place to go, this morning discussing this, and he doesn't think that a Haley-DeSantis debate will be worth watching. This is cut 17, boys. Go.
It's now here in the studio, Republican presidential candidate, former governor of the great state of New Jersey, Chris Christie. Governor, good to see you.
Good to see you. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. So you missed the polling threshold to be on the debate stage next week. What are your plans for that night?
Well, first off, I'm not all that shocked given that I haven't spent one day or $1 in Iowa. And so the fact that I didn't make the polling threshold was not something I was ever trying to do in Iowa. So that's fine. Nikki and Ron can debate that night. And given the fact that Donald Trump is not going to do a town hall on Fox News, I don't even know who's going to be watching Nikki and Ron in that debate. But I hope some people are, because I think they'll get a real sense of the fact that the two of them are living in an alternate universe. They will debate each other as if the contest is between the two of them. And my guess is that neither one of them will spend, 5 minutes bringing up Donald Trump. Because they're both playing for 2028 or a vice presidential nomination in Nikki's case from Donald Trump. And so, I don't think it'll be worth watching.
I don't think watching Chris Christie is worth watching, to be honest, in any environment, whether he's in studio as a panelist, as a guest, or on a debate stage. I love how he just plays it off. He's like, well, I didn't really invest any resources to Iowa, so that's fine. You guys can have at it.
Just blowing off Iowa. Like, I don't care about Iowa.
I mean, imagine polling at 3% and having the audacity to blow off a state. Like that's pretty remarkable. That would be like me, like Greg said, like our show all of a sudden going to hell, and our show was putting up bad ratings. And Stocker says, "Why don't you spend a little more time focusing in on this?" And I'm like, I'm not going to dedicate my time and resources to that. Everything's just fine. What a loser.
The binder spent New Year's Day, actually the day after New Year's Day, yesterday, on all the morning talk shows. Touting the Biden administration's accomplishments, and the topic of migrants and what's happening at the border came up, and she said that it's shameful that migrants are being sent to sanctuary cities. This is cut one, guys. Go.
The busing of migrants, the putting them on flights, it is shameful that is occurring. And instead of, if the governor really truly wants to deal with this issue, he should talk to the senators in his states.
Oh, so it's on the senators. So when you have a guy like Greg, I mentioned this yesterday when you were out, Greg. Texas is trying to enforce a law that criminalizes illegal entry into the state of Texas, to which this administration and the federal government has said, if you try to enforce that law and punish people for violating that crime, we will sue you.
Yeah,
that's the world we're living in right now. It's like selective denialism of the issue, and then talking about the humanity of it is their spin.
I'm sorry, did you play these cuts yesterday?
No, not that clip. No,
right.
But just a little reference to the actual topic.
She also says that President Biden took the border crisis very seriously on day one. This is cut 5, guys. Go.
Incredibly important. In a couple of weeks, we're about to hit 3 years since the president put forward an immigration comprehensive legislation, put that forward to Congress. Nothing was done on it. And
but in the meantime, I do know that I want to jump in here just because we have a short amount of time.
Okay.
No, truly. I respect what you're trying to say. I just want to add that the president has done something things in his capacity, right? He has
this is CNN, by the way.
Made extra effort to expand border, if not wall, barriers. He has made some changes in policy. Are there more things on the executive side you see as being an option in 2024?
The president put forward a comprehensive immigration plan because he believed that the system is broken, the immigration system is broken, and it's been broken for decades. Now we are having, we believe, a very productive conversation in Congress with senators on how do we move forward in a bipartisan agreement to deal with the border security. That is important. Now, what we hope is that when Congress gets back, we'll be able to act and get these things moving forward so we can deal with this issue. We've been in touch with some some of those mayors that you talked about, governors in northern part of the country, on dealing with the issue that they're dealing with on the ground. And we have provided us resources to them, and we're going to continue to have those conversations. But again, Congress needs to act. The president took this very seriously on day one.
So serious that just for the month of December alone, we had 302,000 illegal entries into the United States through the southern border. 302,000 in 1 month, a new record. It must be the holiday push. I don't know.
Cut 6 here. She also says that the president has always put equity at the center of every policy he's put forward.
Yeah.
So look, the president has always put equity at the center of every policy he's put forward, every legislation that he's put forward, because we understand that many communities have been left behind. We're not trying to do the trickle-down economics. We really, truly are not.
Really trying not to do trickle-down economics. I'm just wondering who has actually benefited in the. So I guess that was based on the Biden economy. There was the backdrop of the question. You know, it's amazing. It seems to me that only the coastal elites have not been impacted by the economy.
Interesting, right?
Those living off of the Pacific coast or the Atlantic border, everybody in between seems to be dealing with the pinching.
Hence was the point of the, as she put it, shameful busing of these migrants to sanctuary cities, because they're always the cities, and it's actually the leafy suburbs where they have the "hate has no home here" signs, but they have giant gates to keep people like that out.
Stay the hell out of there. By the way, when you played the clip where they were going back and forth about the border, Dawn, you pointed that out yesterday, and now I actually saw it on the bottom scroll. CNN had the word "crisis" up for the border. Which is they did not use that word in any of their coverage in the past.
They are now.
They are now.
They got the message, I guess, or the memo.
Over the weekend on the Sunday shows, Democrat Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut was on with Navage on State of the Union, talking about the epidemic of loneliness. Good, right? He says that he's pushing for a 4-day work week to combat the epidemic of loneliness.
Not to increase productivity or mental health, but...
Look, I'm all for a 4-day work week.
I've been for it for years.
But I don't know how that... Okay. Cut 10, guys, go.
If you talk about loneliness, part of the policy is social media regulation, but it's also free time and leisure time, right? Giving people the space where they can go join a church or a social club. It's about connection...
Yeah, you want a 4-day work week.
I want a 4-day work week. I want more functional third places, right? I want more community pools, and I want more vibrant churches.
The thought isn't bad, right? It's more, it's like a community, like let's get people back to community. But the problem is that if you do 4-day work weeks, people are just going to be, huddled up in their homes in front of their devices.
I feel like and not everybody, some people still value, camaraderie, community, gatherings, social functions, joining a pool, a golf course, whatever it is that you do in your leisurely activities. But you're right. We have become such a social isolationist nation. And I think that's probably some of that's from the pandemic. So we're just going to give people more time to scroll endlessly on social media and sit on their couch and post videos of TikTok? Is that what we want to do?
That's the problem with it, is that a 4-day work week, theoretically, if people don't work virtually, there should be some sort of fellowship, camaraderie in the workplace, no? I mean, you're seeing people in the workplace, unless you work from home.
Right.
And then what? You get another day off and poof, all of a sudden you're going to let's go to that community barbecue we never, because now we have Fridays off.
Right.
We're going to, what I mean? Like, it doesn't make sense.
People don't want to get together for family holidays at Christmas and Thanksgiving. Do we think we're going to take advantage of a third day off of each week as far as doing more stuff together?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe to run your errands or do your to-do list or your busy stuff that you can't get through Monday through Friday, but I don't know. I've always been tripped up on the how do you keep the same productivity economically from a commerce standpoint? Because you can't. There's no way you could go 4 8-hour days. I think the trade-off is, okay, we'll give you the third day, but it's 4 10-hour days. That's the way. If I was a boss running a company, that's the way I would do it.
But I will say this: that nowadays, and it depends on your job, obviously, but nowadays you do work. Everybody is always working because of texting, social media, all of the requirements for most jobs, right? That for a lot of jobs, they want you on LinkedIn or they want you on some kind of social media.
You're never unconnected.
You're never, and so anybody at work is constantly texting you, and so that's really, you never get to unplug.
Right.
And so it is harder, if you will, to socialize, and I do think that has a mental health impact.
Oh, especially in this industry. It is very, and maybe you guys do it better than I do. In fact, I know you guys do it better than I do. You guys disconnect better than I do. I have a hard time disconnecting from this profession, whether it's this industry or doing sports. Like, even when I was doing sports on vacation in July, it's like I'm always checking to see what's going on because you just never want to be unprepared or at least mildly uninformed on something because everything is content these days, and the cycle never stops. There's no, I'll just catch up on it in the evening news or I'll read the newspaper the next day. Social media has made it 24/7 and cyclical. So,
or you could just be like Dawn and never check the show sheets in your emails or respond to them.
Jeez.
What?
Holy crap!
No, for me it's.
I'm back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you are back. Well,
for me it's forced because I had a devastating flood in my house the week before Christmas, which I'm still dealing with.
Yeah. It is never my fault.
Dawn's got
It's never my
responsibilities. Okay. She's got boys. She's got a husband. She's got a male dog.
I've heard.
She's just surrounded by alphas.
Yeah, I've been up since 3.
Yeah.
When my husband says, I can't find my bag.
Dawn was up at 3:15 cutting the grass this morning when it was 47.
It's absolutely true.
Unbelievable.
We are really behind on breaks.
All right, coming up next, we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show and who won social media today. Stay right there.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Does your broker say, "We're different. We're a fiduciary. We only make money when you make money"? Well, the reality is no broker is different. They all collect fees, even when you lose money. Does that sound like a fiduciary responsibility to you? Crash Proof Retirement is the only firm in the country which fully records all educational sessions, guaranteeing a fiduciary responsibility and transparency.
My name is Ed
Topkowitz. I went with Crash Proof Retirement in 2013. Crash Proof Retirement earned my trust. When you come in, everything's recorded. I think is proof that they are a fiduciary. I have a team of expert people who know what they're doing and have me as their first concern. And you don't pay any fee.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, January 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-591-6324. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-591-6324. That's 800-591-6324. Again, 800-591-6324.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-403-5569 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-403-5569. That's 800-403-5569. What do you have to lose? Call 800-403-5569. Again, 800-403-5569.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$9:54. It's Kayal and Company here on a Wednesday morning. The Dawn Show, just 6 minutes out. And we find out what she has lined up for 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, there's so much happening today, whether it's in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. We'll talk a little bit more about that latest lawsuit filed involving Scott Perry in Pennsylvania. And then coming up after I update, all the breaking news of the day, what's happening. Christine Flowers joins us at 10:05. And Jennifer Stefano, of course, Commonwealth Foundation. I just saw her on with Dana Perino on Fox. And Jennifer Stefano, the backstory on her, she was one of my interns back in the day in TV here in Philadelphia. So it's always fun to see her. I'm so proud of her. But she was just on Fox talking about our mayor, Sherelle Parker, some of these new initiatives, and from a statewide perspective and a Philadelphia perspective, of course. So we'll talk to Jen.
All right, very
She's
cool.
Great.
She is to you what I was once to Tony Bruno.
Isn't that cool?
How about that?
So I just I looked up, I was like, there's Jen. I'm so proud of her.
There you go. Very
awesome.
Cool. Time flies, doesn't it?
I know.
Small world. All right, the Dawn Show at 10 o'clock. Right now, we wrap it up with Who Won Twitter Today.
Who won Twitter?
We're going to start with Twitter. Let's go. Postal wins Twitter. He says, guys, thanks for playing that clip about bad health being caused by racism. I was just about to start my New Year's resolution and try to get back in shape, but now that I know it's just racism's fault, keeping a white guy down, I'm just going to have cake.
Yeah, there you go. You can have your cake and eat it too.
Who won?
YouTube, I'm going to give it to our buddy Robert Schwartz. He said, I'd rather be around animals than humans. I choose my humans carefully. Yeah. I agree with Robert. Yes. I would much rather be around animals than humans as well.
Dogs are definitely better than people. Yeah. I've been saying that for years. Good old buddy boy. All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning. And as our favorite senator would say, good night, everybody.
Wait. Hang on.
As our favorite senator would say.
Try it one more time.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Let's ring in the new year by checking off an important to-do. Your old videotapes and photos are fading as each year passes. VCRs are becoming extinct, and the clock is ticking to save your family's most cherished memories. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nate